Feeling good, feeling alright, yeah, yeah, yeah. Feeling good, feeling alright, yeah. Feeling good, feeling alright, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, in a moment I'll be on my way to better days while life is changing. Even though I've had my share of pain, been sympathizing and realizing I got a feeling I could be a better friend, simply complimenting every now and then. 'Cause in the morning I wake up and miss the night before, 'cause I love the music more and more. We can sit in a distant haze, watch rain clouds, pour thoughts of greatness, help our trouble sail real far away, yeah. And it's a struggle every day we're stressing, but what's a life without dedication? I'm gonna pick up that soul's intention to soak in music, relaxation. We're feeling good, feeling alright, yeah. We're feeling good, feeling alright, yeah, yeah. We're feeling good, feeling alright, yeah. We're feeling good, feeling alright, yeah, yeah, yeah.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Zagai gihalo mi kwatomu Luti stoba zu kui para hogu Lo pablo noi sita domu ni rispeto Kubisita sita domu wina tempo Sa kumuentos hampo Sa faisinzu sa hofagai gwini pogu Ile kuwa kinagau pogu na momentu Kusinya uno izuni bendishonmu Sa zabay asa guaya gomu sainabu Ustugu papa ilagonia hasta tomu Wasa sau ifasunya Zailegnya hunga Hofa para bay hutsogwi Zangil tay gwao gifion Hodzi para był storiodzi An pwengi sinhogu Hodzi para był kantodzi Zengin ti hogu iasagwo Neni Sa situus para bendisi Iguinay zata Sa situus para bendisi Italonta Sa poco nenina momento Qua babel songan nuhogu kiridogu Seditu humolungi petomu Zabe namaku ikurasonmu Lo antes di huholungi petomu Konitu para hiasagomu Sa situus para bendisi Iguinay zata Sa situus para bendisi Italonta Sa situus para bendisi Italonta
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
And I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always, seems to be never. And well, I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always, seems to be never again. I've been up, I've been thrown around, I've been tossed up to the sky. On my way back down, there was this girl on the street, searching for that beat, the top to bring that killer bass with that melody. You see my mind flow, hear my thoughts flow. You hear my words churning while my rivers overflow. Cause she's looking for love in all the wrong places, searching for love in all the dark spaces. Looking around but there's too many faces. Girl, you know you want to replace this love. This love. And I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always, seems to be never. And well, I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always, seems to be never again. Bottoms up, or should I put the bottle down? Take another swig and turn my smiles into frowns. Look you in the face, see what I gotta say. I'll be the bigger person, just turn and walk away. Cause I can't fight the fire, can't fight the storm. Can't stop the motion, I can't feel the warmth. Can't fight the fire and can't fight the storm. Can't stop the motion, I can't feel the warmth. Can't fight the fire and can't fight the storm. Can't stop the motion, I can't feel the warmth. Can't fight the fire, I can't fight the storm. Can't stop the motion, I can't feel the warmth. And I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always, seems to be never. And well, I don't wanna live this forever, and when I see always seems to be never again. Look around for the signs, searching from left to right, trying to figure out just why. And I don't wanna live like this forever, and when I see always seems to be never. And I don't wanna live like this forever, and when I see always seems to be never again.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
This for the Our Islands, Our Sacred campaign. All our islands. From the Pacific to Turtle Island. Shout outs to Nine for teaching me this simple piece of wisdom. And big ups to the Creator for making life. Home tastes like pudwa and fresh pit papulu. Eleki iprimuhu, kahulu ze ikulu. Just like the signer, living in the nunu. Husumaga gi itanu, tisinya upanudzu. I revive the language when I write these pages. Mungina said, where, how, don't be shameless. If you know there's been alive for generations, I refuse to be a part of one that refused to save it. I'm a native, claiming rights to our land. I'll die for the land before I fight for the man. Find me in the cypher with the mic in the sand, saying the language and our culture are alive in my jam. What we do in this moment, move like the ocean. Horizons are endless, the tides are relentless. Will you let your life be confined by the fences, or define your own essence and rise from the trenches? The mantra's basic, all life is sacred. If we're native to the planet, yo, let's rise up and save it. It's time to open our eyes up to ancient ways of the sages. We are all related. All life sacred. All life sacred. All life sacred. All life sacred. I'm a deciduous tree distributed to the northwest. Portal to the shore on an island in a vortex. Travel in a fortress, flyer than a hornet. Styles Port the Lord, grandchild of a war vet. Yeah, and now my parents live in more debt. So I just ignore stress and tour through folklore texts. Playing chords on gourds just to heal the sores of your chest. Bloodline tight to fight and kill Cortez. And I'm not apologetic, this what happens to our history. Minus all the edits and bogus academics, defining us as remnants. The mythical is critical like Tylenol for medics. A revolution will arrive with my descendants. So ride with the tribe or die without a penance. We genocide survivors and we thriving with a vengeance. Yeah, and we're alive inside our legends. The mantra's basic, all life is sacred. If we're native to the planet, yo, let's rise up and save it. It's time to open our eyes up to ancient ways of the sages. We are all related, say all life sacred. All life sacred. All life sacred. All life sacred. I'm a rapping archaeologist, deans listen on my colleges, collaging the traditions that my relatives be following. Failing professors out their jobs cause their politics won't acknowledge the solidness of indigenous knowledges. Peers are sociologists, fears race was over scholarships. Make this don't teach colonists, are racist and misogynist. Now these faux apologists stressing I dress androgynous. I ain't mad they don't know what a lava is. I'm positive my family stayed alive by honoring the paranormal is very normal in our provinces. Chiefs, brother, sister, maggot, hog a blood of prophetess. Do you trust higher beings or freaking higher offices? I offer this tobacco to the creator of all of this. Thankful for my life today and embrace what tomorrow is. Meditation and liberation are synonymous. No stopping this novelist, rhyming my roots through what hip-hop. The mantra's basic, all life is sacred. If we're native to the planet, yo, let's rise up and save it. It's time to open our eyes up to ancient ways of the sages. We are all related, say all life sacred. All life sacred. All life sacred. All life sacred. The mantra's basic, all life is sacred. If we're native to the planet, yo, let's rise up and save it. It's time to open our eyes up to ancient ways of the sages. We are all related. All life sacred. All life sacred. All life sacred. All life sacred.
Uli die sombranza ten meg Jesuita saluda antes de nega Radzaudz and malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny Bandera Kau esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi tamoru purita nota Kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat Para i honra, para i gloria Abiba is la sin para y honra, para y gloria, abiba es la sin para. Todo y tiempo y paz para hita, dan gini langit na bendición. Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon trip with me to an island that I call home, where you can roll your windows down and feel the breeze. Stick your foot out, 5 biggies. Oh, I wouldn't change it for the world. 'Cause I love Guam, I love you. I've got love for all my jet loose. I love girls born on Guam. They're the ones who make all of us strong. I love everything about this little island, and when I get off, I come back again. Oh, why would I want to leave? Where the trees are palm and dance with me, where a real good song is from a magic day. Oh, I so lucky. 'Cause I love Guam, I love you. I've got love for all my jet loose. I love girls born on Guam. They're the ones who make all of us strong.
morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
Right
Look
on.
at that sky.
Beautiful. It's going to be hot. It was hot yesterday.
It was a good day to exercise, and I did.
Yeah, good for you. What'd you do?
I did about an hour and a half of cardio outside. Good sweat.
Up at the Dedito Sports Complex?
Yes, sir.
Right.
up the
How's the
street.
maintenance up there? Someone shot me a message. Hey, check out. Is it okay?
It was good. I mean, you know, like it was nicely cut. And you know, the people that make use of it. I mean, it's a free resource. So
Yeah.
you know, thank you Parks and Rec. But you know, it's safe. You know, they've got it's well lit for the people that want to go after the sun goes down and everything
Yeah.
like that. It's fantastic.
What time you usually go?
Well, yesterday I went when like nobody was there because
Right.
you know, like I'm antisocial that way. So I went at 3, which means I'm like 3 shades darker this
Oh,
morning.
yeah. It's hot at 3 o'clock.
I got charbroiled yesterday.
Good for you, man. Did you wear your Jason works out with these we used to call them leggings back in the day, but now they have a fancy name for it. No, not jeggings. Compression pants.
Yeah. Well, also my friends call them. What the hell are you wearing?
Yeah, biker shorts we used to call it, but then they're called biker pants now.
Yeah, they're like long spandex that go down to your ankles, and they actually help to keep those like little annoying gnats away from
Right.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a surprise.
Oh.
For you guys and for Link Fam. Okay, hang on.
Wait for it. Hey, good morning, by the way. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box.
Here's
proud
your surprise,
sponsors.
right? Remember I was talking about like the other day how I just don't like coconut with chocolate?
Yeah.
That stuff is gross. Here you go, Link Fam. All for you. And for those of you who are like me and don't like coconut with chocolate, this is the Solace household leftover Halloween treats that nobody picked up. So I got some peanut butter cups for you guys. Mounds, and then York peppermint patties. Now, who doesn't like York peppermint patties?
Jay, you might as well just drive us next door to the dialysis while you're at it.
I'm not saying eat the entire box.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so for you guys, for us, for everybody around there.
Thank you, Jay.
All right.
Making it rain with a candy. It's 6:26, Wednesday, hump day.
Happy All Souls Day to our friends in these states.
Right, that's right.
Honoring right now.
Here's who's coming up on the show this morning. Wednesdays we try and do a little education, so we're getting a bunch of the schools. 9:30, Jeremy from Harvest. We'll get Principal Timo from FD, Bob Kelly from St. John's. And then we're continuing our series of interviews with NMI government officials as Tomas Maglotnia is going to go in with the Special Assistant to the CNMI Governor for Military Affairs. Going to be a good discussion as they do get a lot of training up there in Tinian and Saipan. Also, Superintendent of the Guam Department of Education, John Fernandez, coming up. And then Robert Celestial, PAR, Pacific Area Radiation Survivors. There's a hearing coming up today. And so there's this bill that's making its way through Congress. And if it passes, and it pretty much seems like it's going to pass it as a support, people from Guam and other people from this region will be eligible for compensation because we were downwind of nuclear tests that were conducted. I'm okay, Jay. Thanks. Later, when no one's watching. So we'll be entitled to compensation. There's a eligibility window that Mr. Celestial will talk about. Always good to get Robert on. A good guy. And Cover Me. That's all coming up here on the link. Good morning. It's 6:28.
We're going to show you guys some pictures throughout the morning.
Let's just do it now.
Okay,
I'm
gonna load yours.
Oh,
yeah. So first of all, let's go to DJ Joser's parish from last night. And Joser, you said this was the candlelight vigil you had, right? Yeah. Joe messaged me at 4:35, and he's like, "Man, I'm tired and I'm sleepy because how long did it go last night?"
All the way till like 9.
Wow. Oh, to like 9 o'clock.
And so what was it, Joe? Was it at the church in Totu? No. Sometimes it's confusing. So this is like after you pass Agania Pool and you turn right. Is that the church, Joe?
Yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Beautiful. I don't think.
Okay, now that's
wow.
Yeah. Leave that up for a few seconds. Look at that, Bree. That's how many? Gosh, that's
beautiful.
A couple hundred.
So how did it work? What you could just buy a candle for your loved one that's passed on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Very, very nice. And I realized that, we were talking about like our grandfathers yesterday because it was All Souls Day on Guam.
Mm.
My grandfather on my mom's side in Waterbury, Connecticut, actually, real quick story, actually sat me down. We took a summer trip to Connecticut, vacation, and I was the first one up, and my papa was already like sitting in his big recliner. And I was like, "Papa, what are you doing?" I was 10 years old. He's like, "Oh, come here, my boy. I want to show you something." And he always treated me as if I was like, didn't talk to me like I was a little kid and everything. He goes, "Come here. I want to show you something important." And he was watching this curious program on TV, right? And he goes, "Okay, this is called football." I was 10 years old. And he said, "Now there's two teams. There's the Cowboys and the Bears. The Bears are the guys in the dark color shirts." And I'm like, "Okay, Papa." And then he goes, "I want you to watch that guy who's wearing number 34. That's Walter Payton. He's going to do something special very, very soon." And he is the one that actually developed a lifelong love of football in me. And, we lost my papa about a year and a half ago.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yeah, thank you.
The
Actually,
Bears.
Yeah, but
Right
he got me into football. He got me into the stock market. And again, these were things that he was into. Just always treated me as if I was just like one of his friends. He didn't say, "Okay, you're not old enough for that," and everything like that. Also a Navy man. But Bree wasn't here yesterday because she was fighting the booster. Do you have any like memories of All Souls Day or?
No.
No.
Well, good morning. It's 6:30. Let's go ahead and get into the news, shall we? On this beautiful Wednesday morning. It's the 3rd day of November, year of the COVID 2021. Our 6:30 newscast is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points. Here with the very latest on this Wednesday morning from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off it, everybody. The Joint Information Center reports 58 people are hospitalized for COVID. There's also 1 pediatric admission, 8 people receiving ICU level of care, 7 on ventilators. 31 hospitalized patients are vaccinated, 26 unvaccinated. 1 is ineligible to receive the shot. Public Health reported only a preliminary count of 35 new COVID positive cases, and it was only from 472 tests that were analyzed from Monday. Additional results are pending analysis from other clinics and are expected to be reported in tonight's JIC report. To date, there have been a total of 18,321 officially reported cases, 242 deaths, 2,347 cases are in isolation, and 15,732 people have recovered. As of November 1st, the CAR score is 15.7. To date, a total of 123,934 of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. Public Health, in the meantime, confirms that the CDC team's public health advisor, lab subject matter expert, and senior epidemiologist are all on island. They are here for 3 weeks and will do a deep dive look into Guam's dead on arrival cases. Public Health spokesperson Janela Carrera adds the CDC team will also assist with surveillance and case investigations. Carrera adds that they are expecting CDC's biostatistician to arrive sometime this week. The CDC team is on island at the request of Public Health. The request was made during our third surge of the pandemic. With more news now, here's Hannah Devonzo.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa and good morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Devonzo with your headlines here on The Link. The Department of Corrections is investigating how a detainee managed to escape from their quarantine and isolation facility. Tyler Matanani has the story.
After nearly 7 hours of searching, DOC along with GPD finally apprehended prison escapee Anthony Luis Camacho. It was just before 7 a.m. this morning that they found he had escaped the quarantine and isolation facility. DOC Director Joe Carbolito and Police Chief Steve Ignacio made the announcement during a joint press conference in Manilao.
Shortly after 12:30 p.m. today, the escaped prisoner was located on Petmanenti Street in Hyundai, Mongmong, right behind the Benson store.
He was picked up in May on a parole violation and recently tested positive for COVID-19. During a head count Tuesday morning, it was discovered that he had escaped, and apparently he may not have acted alone.
At the time that he was apprehended, he was in the custody of another individual, and that individual is also in our custody, and he will also be brought in for questioning.
The chief confirms he was caught inside a car in Mongmong with a second unnamed individual. The nearly 7-hour search included officers from DOC Special Operations Response Team, or SORT, and GPD's Special Operations Division working collaboratively to catch Camacho. While he faces additional charges, the investigation now turns to how he managed to break out in the first place.
This incident will be investigated by the Department's Internal Affairs Division to determine the facts surrounding today's escape.
Camacho, in the meantime, has been in and out of DOC as far back as 2013 for terroristic conduct, burglary, family violence, theft, aggravated assault, and reckless driving. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
The Attorney General's office has issued a legal opinion that states raises to the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority Executive Director and Deputy Director cannot be paid out retroactively. The opinion was issued in response to a request from Public Auditor B.J. Cruz following the discovery by his office that personnel action forms appeared to have effective dates retroactive to the date that salary adjustments were authorized. According to the AG opinion, there is no law authorizing retroactive pay for GURA's executive and deputy directors. Additionally, retroactive pay raises are prohibited for unclassified employees or officers of the government of Guam unless specifically authorized by law. The AG's office has requested written confirmation from the GURA board that any payments were made or will be made in compliance with Guam law. Meanwhile, since November 2019, the OAG and OPA have teamed up to tackle the misuse of public funds and work to increase transparency. Local lawmakers want answers about a questionable $11,000 raise given to an unclassified employee who'd only been on the job for 1 month. Here's more.
Senator Sabina Perez has oversight over the Department of Revenue and Taxation, and she wants more information about an unclassified employee that managed to jump 6 pay grades in just 4 weeks of being on the job. According to documents obtained by KUAM, the $11,000 raise for Special Projects Coordinator Julie Cruz was approved by the director, Daphne Shimizu. Cruz ran as a Democrat candidate for mayor of Moleso in 2020. Her raise takes her from a salary of $45,000 to $56,268, making more money than several seasoned employees. In fact, according to the staffing pattern for DRT, a supervisor in the Tax Enforcement Division makes a little over $40,000. A supervisor in the Collections Branch makes $34,000. And in the record-breaking Income Tax Processing Division, the supervisor makes almost $41,000. Cruz is the recently created call center supervisor.
Sending a bad signal to the public, many of whom are unemployed, right? There's, 11,000 plus that are unemployed. And to see that, people are getting these huge pay raises.
Senator Perez isn't the only local legislator making noise about higher pay for unclassified hires. Minority Senator Tello Taitagui.
Transparency is definitely not there. Accountability is definitely not there. Justification is not there.
KUAM News did reach out to Revan Tax Deputy Director Marie Lazama asking about Cruz's pay adjustment, but in a written statement, she said she was, quote, unable to comment on matters related to specific personnel.
But I haven't received a response yet regarding why the $11,000 increase. So I'll definitely be following up with that with the director.
Meanwhile, the pay adjustment has prompted Senator Taitagui to introduce a bill that would mandate GovGuam autonomous, semi-autonomous, and line agencies report all hiring quarterly to the legislature. The measure would also require agencies to report the salaries of hires, the funding source they're being paid from, and any raises or pay adjustments given that are outside of the normal merit system increments. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matinani.
A multi-million-dollar medical malpractice lawsuit is moving through the District Court of Guam. According to the complaint, a family is suing the federal government after a woman went in for an emergency C-section in August of 2018, but the doctor left a medical instrument inside her abdomen. It wasn't until after multiple trips to the ER and 3 months later that they finally discovered that they left a medical instrument inside her, but by then her legs and abdomen were swollen and the C-section incision was blistering. Eventually, in December of 2018, she was medevaced to a naval hospital in Florida for further treatment. In July of last year, the military family filed a complaint with the Navy Tort Claim Unit. It was ultimately denied in September of this year, but family is suing for about $20 million and other damages established at trial. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM's News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And a quick update to the escape story. 29-year-old Augusto Borja Camacho Jr. has been identified and arrested for his role in the escape of detainee Anthony Camacho from DOC Tuesday. Camacho was arrested for hindering apprehension and resisting arrest. Anthony was located in Mongmong several hours after he escaped from the DOC quarantine facility in Mangilao. He was found and apprehended with Augusto in a car near the Benson store area. Following up on a story KUAM first learned about from an executive order posted on the legislature's website and not from Adelup, citing an urgent need for more local child care support and services, the governor signed an executive order creating a new division of children's wellness within public health. Nestor Lacanto reports.
Guam schools were mandated by the governor to submit a COVID-19 screening testing plan for students and unvaccinated employees as an added layer of protection against.
Our situation is serious.
In her executive order, the governor noted the gaping shortfall in assistance that prompted a state of emergency at Child Protective Services in January. The Department of Youth Affairs took over to address a severe backlog in case referrals and will now relinquish that job to the new Public Health Division, which Deputy Director of Social Services Terry Uggan will oversee. He says it's actually been their vision for some time to separate the Bureau of Social Services Administration, or BOSA, into a division of its own.
This is really not actually uncommon practice either for other protective services throughout the states as well. To actually have a division where programs such as Child Protective Services are more of a, not necessarily a standalone, but a lot more energy, a lot more focus is directed towards it.
The new division will be composed of 2 bureaus, Social Services and a new Child Care Services. And the governor also described in her order how thousands of local families are in urgent need of child care services as the existing capacity fills just 6%.
There is federal dollars that are available that help build capacity for these child care centers. You know, things around the reorganization or a little bit of the renovation within the facility, help with onboard and training, really putting into place, let's say if a child care center nursery is wanting to update, say, a computer system for children to be able to learn a lot more. It really is a pocket of money to help people actually get back into the workforce, to help stabilize the community.
Governor Leon Guerrero has ordered that the new division...
Some schools on the island have began implementing their COVID-19 screening testing plans. However, a few schools have yet to receive the necessary resources to do so. Isaiah Uggan reports.
Guam schools were mandated by the governor to submit a COVID-19 screening testing plan for students and unvaccinated employees as an added layer of protection against the virus. The last day to turn in their plan of action to the Department of Public Health and Social Services was October 1st. DPHSS Public Information Officer Janela Carrera said in a KUAM News interview that some schools have begun swabbing students for COVID.
I think there are already some schools that have met the minimum requirements for the screening testing plan and have already moved forward or are moving forward with the screening testing plan. I don't know exactly which schools they are. I think these are probably the smaller schools, like small private schools or small Catholic schools that are able to move forward with the screening testing plan because they are small schools, so they're able to meet that 10% threshold of screening testing.
But a few schools like St. Paul's Christian School and St. John's both say that they have yet to receive training or testing kits. However, Carrera says that they must reach out to public health in order to provide the necessary materials.
If they're partners and they underwent the training, then so if they're trained to be able to administer, then we would provide it.
So they have to express an interest to receive the training for the Bionic test kit, and they would have to sign the letter of interest, and then we can schedule the training. It's actually not that difficult.
The schools who began testing students and unvaccinated employees met the minimum requirements, which are testing 10% of the student population and must conduct it bi-weekly. Carrera adds that they are still in the process of approving testing plans. She also confirmed that the department has received all schools' COVID screening testing plans, which are still undergoing review. According to Carrera, schools have 90 days from October 1st to comply with the executive order. As we reported, the Guam Department of Education's first phase of the plan was approved, which dealt with unvaccinated employees. As for testing GDOE students, the department intends to present their plan of action before implementation. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Senators head back into session today to discuss Bill 217, introduced by Speaker Theresa Lahi, to correct the error in the war claims bill that was signed into law by the governor. The error was the inclusion of a failed amendment that removes any filing deadlines, thus opening up claims to potentially thousands of new claimants instead of the 700 or so qualified late filers in the federal program it was intended to help. President Biden unveiling a new plan to reduce methane emissions that significantly affect global warming at the COP26 Climate Summit in Scotland. The president also pledged that the U.S. will help combat deforestation. Skylar Henry reports.
On his last day of the COP26 Summit on climate change, President Biden announced a new set of policies to cut methane emissions.
It's one of the most potent greenhouse gases there is. It amounts to about half
half the warming we're experiencing today.
The plan would tighten regulations for the oil and gas sector and crack down on leaks from pipelines. It would also target emissions from existing oil and gas wells, rather than focus only on new wells.
This isn't just something we have to do to protect the environment in our future. It's an enormous opportunity for all of us, all of our nations, to create jobs.
Earlier in the day, the president joined more than 100 other countries to halt and reverse deforestation by 2030.
Let's end this great global chainsaw massacre.
President Biden said he will ask Congress for billions to conserve and restore the world's forests, but his comments come as a key Democrat here at home continues to question his current legislative agenda.
The political games have to stop.
Despite weeks of negotiations, West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin says he wants more information before supporting the president's Build Back Better agenda. The framework includes $500 billion to fight climate change.
We must allow time for complete transparency and analysis on the impact of changes to our tax code and energy and climate policies.
The president was asked about Senator Manchin's comments at the summit Tuesday, but he didn't respond. Skyler Henry, CBS News, the White House.
With your news in Chamorro, here's Ken Conception.
Buenas tardes to get some to be sa morgen ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Magata si Anthony Luis Parteco Camacho gitalwanin Matis. Malago sa Camacho gisagang karantina gi Department of Corrections guhina ogan antes di Lachete. IDOC dyan Special Operations Division gini GPD sa matutun maaligaw para 5 oras antes di umasoda. Maditeta ni sa Camacho gi DOC puda kontradisi dyan niya paro. Manasagay gisagang karantina ni positibo test niya para COVID-19. Mabistitiga tayo mano malago sa Camacho guihin na fasilidad. Masasunto, masusoy gobernamentong federal pun $1,000,000 na kantida. Mafaya adu na sinu gi District Court of Guam. Sigon ni complain ni mga practice na lawsuit sa anay después maopera ang Palawan no emergency C-section gi Agosto na mes 2018 na sakan. Zay mediko sa pega ha iramentan manopera gisan halumi bariganya. Madiskubi lusot tumus después 3 meses na tempo ang necessary Palawan humanaw gato gi emergency room sa pun mamuti ng pokpok ki bariganya sa nipatas niya zay matsatsag niya para C-section sa todo lugahaga. Mambedeva kay Palawan para Nevo Hospital gi sa Florida para maamtig wihimas gi December na mes 2018. Gi Julio na mes gi mapas na sakan mafayo ni familia complain para mabidanya ay Palawan gi Navy Tort Claims Unit. Marinyun siya izon na complain gi September na mes bago na sakan. Mansusi familia para 20 milyon pesos danoto siya na matsatnod no para ma-establisa gi durante ni trial. Yuto mo na sunto gi finut sa moro gin ni KUAM News para bago na Merkulis. Esta tiwa mami tempo nagwahagwahan inzon niya Chief Medical Examiner. Todi member ni Commission on Postmortem Examinations sa mabota na ma-adject si Dr. Kenny Su para adyo na posisyon. Ikomitein man manaligaw para este na posisyon sa marekomenda si Dr. Su sigon eksperyensya niya, ima-edukan niya, dyan ni-entrevistan todi pamalo siya na kandidato. Adyo na komite sa General Abogadong Guahan Levine Camacho sa si Dr. John Taitano, dyan para fanali dyan si Su para madiskuti ma si sudon niya dyan yung beneficio siya. Si Dr. Su sa eskwela gi sa Taiwan po neurology, antes di studia pathology, zagaizo certification in Estados Unidos para 3 na klaseng kategorya in forensic. Ikomitea sa mananaga para ma-report tati gi commission, iman mamayla na semana. Posisyon Chief Medical Examiner sa haga sa bakante, disya na retiro, iginin natin na posisyon si Dr. Aurelio Espanola, 3 anos na tempo tati. Para Guam News Network, Gausikin Conception. Yasuto gi finut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore, only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during The Link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss The Link, miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Hey, good morning. That's our buddy Elway Akeda. That song's called Keimer, and it's about his son. Cool, huh? But in case you're wondering, because when you feel the, I don't know what he's saying, but you feel the vibe of it, right? It's like, yeah, this feels good. Good stuff. And you only get the local music right here on The Link, 7 o'clock. Good morning, Link fan. We're KUAM FM Agani Guam. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Please, please, please take this
There you go.
coconut chocolate off of our hands. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, this stuff is gross. I mean, I like candy, obviously, but I am not a coconut with.
What kind of
chocolate.
candy guy are you though, Jay? Because
Butterfinger.
Okay, so you like chocolate.
Yeah. Baby Ruth.
Okay.
I've got many fond memories of getting like Baby Ruth on Halloween and just like chowing down afterwards. I've also got many fond memories of playing pranks in the pool with the Baby Ruth.
Baby Ruth, that's the one with the peanuts and the caramel, right?
Yeah, and the nougat.
And the nougat. Yeah, that's right.
Snickers is pretty good too.
So you're not into like the sour stuff? Because it's like with my kids, they either like chocolate or they like the super sour, the gummies and all that.
Okay, tell your kids, right? Tell your kids Crazy Uncle Jace has a challenge for them if they're into sour. Tell them, and they probably have to go like online to do this.
Okay.
But remember, Chris, when the Micronesia Mall first opened up here in Dedido, remember Island Snow?
Yeah.
They had that wonderful shave ice place. They also sold a candy product that everyone went nuts about, Super Lemon.
Oh yeah, super lemon.
Do you remember that?
Bro, that's not even sour anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
I remember trying that, and I was like, my lips were like permanently puckered for the rest of the afternoon. Bree, you ever tried Super Lemon?
The candy?
Yeah.
Yes, I love that.
That was. I mean, it was good.
No,
but
that's sour for like us, right? But now the sours, they got the Airheads, they got all these other sours. But you know what? I made my kids try the pickle. What do they call it? What do they call it? The one that grows on the tree.
Yeah, those pickles.
The
I don't know
pickles.
what
The small ones.
No, the one that's like a pickle. You got the Ebat, and then you got the one that's actually like a pickle.
Yeah.
Dude, my kids it was so funny. Let them try. They're like, yeah. Anyway, guys, it's 7:01. Know your status with Jason Salas.
Yes. So testing, of course, yesterday's normally what would the testing would be held at Teason, the old carnival. Yesterday, of course, was paused because of the All Souls Day. In observance of that, today it is back on Wednesday through Saturday. It's going to be held starting at 8 a.m. So the line probably forming now. But the testing will begin at 8 o'clock and ends at high noon, the old carnival grounds in Teason. It's on a first-come, first-served basis. So if you need to know your status, remember what our friends, physicians from all over the island have been saying. If you feel any sort of symptoms whatsoever, if you have a scratchy throat, if your throat is a little bit sore, if you're a little bit sniffly, do the right thing, do the smart thing, and go get tested. It's a public health service over at Teason. It is completely free. On Friday, if you need to avail of testing, 9 to 12 down in beautiful Inalahan. It's going to be held at the Southern Regional Community Center over there. And if you are a member of a private clinic, you can go get tested at your clinic as well. I've been tested at a couple.
Right. Thank you, Jay.
How many times? Do you mind me asking? I mean, I don't think this is it probably is a HIPAA
It's
thing.
a violation of the HIPAA, Jason.
Yeah.
Don't ask me.
How many times have you guys been tested now? I've been tested 6.
6. I want to say 5 or 6.
Bree's the winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably around that.
'Cause you've been
Maybe
traveling.
7.
Negative every time.
Yep. Negative every time.
You know what they say about me, I bring the negative.
You've been tested 6 or 7 times. You've documented 3 of them. I know
Right,
that.
yeah.
And then you've been in quarantine twice?
No, only one.
Twice.
One time.
Yeah, she went in the quarantine, right? Like, didn't you go in quarantine right before they ended it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then on the way back from Vegas. Oh, no, the second time
There's
you
no
went straight
quarantine
home,
in
right?
Vegas.
No, but coming back from Vegas, the first time you were at the Outrigger.
No, it was at the Dusit.
Oh, the Dusit, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the second time you went straight home?
Yes, because there's
Yeah.
no quarantine. And I had I self-attested my vaccination status.
Right.
And I know this because prior to that, she was on the phone with me for what for me was a very productive, and I could take care of my friend, but it was also a very long afternoon of can you find on the airline's website where I have to find this stuff? I was like, yeah, don't worry, I'm on top of it.
Jason is
I've
like
got 10 tabs open right now.
Right, yeah. Anything with the internet, it's like Jason. Go to Jason. 704.
No one invites me to like hang out or do anything like that. But when the printer breaks, who's
Yep,
the most popular
that's
guy in
it.
the company?
Yeah, it's 704, guys. We're gonna take
What's wrong with the interweb?
we're gonna take a quick break, and we're coming back with Robert Celestial next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Happiness is. Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during the link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss the link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life. Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
How many deaths? Because I'm just losing track. There's so many. This week there were 4. The other night, right?
Oh, of course, I can't remember.
Sorry.
But total is 200.
Yeah, 242.
42.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it just seems like.
And a lot occurred during this. A lot occurred during this third surge.
Yeah, yeah, and a lot of occurred since the beginning of October. Right.
Mhm.
It's kind of ramped up.
But as we reported last night, a majority of the team from the CDC is on island, and they're going to be conducting a deep dive into these dead on arrival cases. I mean, when you look at our vaccination rate, over 124,000 people. They don't include the percentages anymore in the JIC report. I'm not sure why, but that's a majority of our population. And then, any day now they're going to lower the eligibility to children under 12.
Yeah. So they arrived like yesterday, and then a couple came over the weekend.
Yeah, in the last couple of days, I think someone was supposed to come in. I think it was the biostatistician. I think that's what.
So they actually have a senior epidemiologist who arrived, and we're assuming is working closely with Dr. Ann Pobutsky, the state epidemiologist. I wonder what kind of findings they're going. I wonder if they're just here do a fact finding and then they go back to the states and kind of run through the data. Or I wonder also if there's going to be any kind of availability, because we had just even the hardest time trying to confirm that they were on island. And so I'm not sure just the nature of we know they're here to look at the DOAs, but is this is something wrong, right? Is there something?
Well, this came at the request of Mr.
Public
San
health,
Augustine
right,
Art during this third surge. So clearly they want to know what's happening.
Right, yeah. And I guess we'll get more info. They do that town hall tomorrow, data drop with Dr. Ann. But yeah, we're just trying to figure if there's going to be any media availability to talk to these CDC folks, because definitely says something when the CDC is here. But the messaging out of the pandemic response, it doesn't really. I mean, to me, it's a red flag when the CDC comes to investigate these DOAs, which are still occurring. I mean, even up to as recently as yesterday, right? But it doesn't really seem like the response is that serious, because we just don't really hear anything from the leadership. So it's going to be interesting, and I'm curious what they're going to determine. A lot of people talking about this. I mean, even Dr. Lombard comes on. He came on Friday, and people are just talking about this high vaccination rate and the high number of deaths and hospitalizations. So.
Right, and we'll certainly try and get you the community informed about what is happening and the better explanation as to their mission here, whether it's from public health and maybe hopefully CDC. Right. But as many of you all know, there is a ban on having any live interviews from the administration on this show. So, but again, we will try our hardest to get you the latest information.
And it's really unfortunate, seeing as how we're in a pandemic, and we just believe the link provides the biggest audience, especially if we're trying to roll out booster shots for kids. We just believe this is the show you come to get the word out, and that's all we're trying to do at the end of the day is really get the word out. 7:14.
Yeah, it's really a shame.
Yeah. Let's get the word out now with Robert Celestial. There's a big hearing that we've kind of been tracking with Robert going down this afternoon, right? Robert, good morning.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
We're all right. Yeah, how about you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me this morning. A resolution is being introduced, and Speaker Teresa Lai is having a public hearing today at 4 o'clock, as you all know. And thanks for having me this morning to let the people of Guam know.
I know you've been working on this ever since. And so if you could just kind of give people the background on, this whole process for you and why this is so important.
Yes. It all started in 1994 with the declassification of the human radiation experiments. It was an advisory committee formed by President Clinton to go out and declassify all the agencies like the FBI, the Department of Energy, just every government agency. And so they put it out on a website. The Department of Energy did after they declassified it, and I found it. So I did the research, and I was trying to find information about when I was in Wetak cleanup during the 1977-78 for myself. And I found out that Guam was in the declassification of certain information that we were exposed to the fallout from the Marshall Islands. And so that caught my interest, and then I started working on that, finding out a lot of information from other veterans, and they also provided information about Lieutenant Bert Schreiber, who was the radiological, biological, chemical officer here on Guam in 1952. So we found him, and I called him up in Texas, and I said, "Can you give us your testimony?" And he said, "No, I can't," because he was under Q clearance, which is a top secret clearance from the AEC, the Atomic Energy Commission. Then he finally did after he found out he was declassified, and then we went from there. And I submitted a 4-page report to our leaders here in Guam back in 2001, and it didn't go anywhere until 4 years later when the BRER Committee, the Board of Radiation Effects Research Committee, went out nationwide to find out what other geographical areas to include in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act that was amended in 2000 that included certain counties from Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. And so these folks were compensated and given medical benefits and $50,000 partial restitution. And so I called Dr. Isaf Debussy. She was the senior study for the BRER Committee, which was going out nationwide. And she said, well, I asked her if she could come to Guam, and she said they don't have the funding. So if we could come to the National Academies of Science in Washington, D.C. in 2004 and present our case in March, which we did. And we hired Dr. William Brady from Nevada to support us. And we did. And a report came out in 2005 after our testimony and submission of all the evidence and the testimony from Lieutenant Bert Schreiber stating that his Geiger counters went off the scale in 1952, 3 days after they detonated the first hydrogen bomb in Enewetak Atoll in 1952. And so the report came out, the book was published, and it's called The Assessment of the Scientific Information for the Radiation Exposure Screening and Education Program, this book right here. And so in there it stated that, yes, they concluded that the resident in Guam did receive nuclear fallout at that time, and the residents of Guam were exposed to nuclear fallout, and that they also recommended that Guam be included as downwinders in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. So many years went by, it's been 20 years, and so we've matched up with Frontline Community Group from Utah, New Mexico, and Idaho, and the Navajo Nation. And I testified in 2018 before the Senate Committee, the Judiciary Committee, to include Guam in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. So after that, 18, 19, 3 years later, here we are. They reintroduced another bill this year in, matter of fact, I believe last month. And the two bills, the Senate and the House bill, they have decided that they could use the 2018 hearing, and they had a hearing in March this year in the House in the subcommittee. So they have to make a determination whether they want to go ahead and just take it to the floor and vote, and use those two hearings, or they'll have another hearing. So today, Speaker July has introduced a resolution, I believe it's, what is it now? 178-36 LS, and that's supporting the two bills to include Guam. And it's at 4 o'clock today, and it's going to be a Zoom. So I appreciate, if there's any other information you like, I mean, that's how far we've gone. And I believe this will be the last public hearing, because it sunsets in July next year, July 9th, and the program ends. Once it ends, we don't know where we're going to go from there.
Do you know what the status is of those companion bills in Congress?
What was that?
What's the status of those bills in D.C.?
Well, Senate Bill, let me see, 2798 is just received, I believe, 12 co-sponsors. And so they're just waiting for the House bill. House bill, we just had another congressman sign up as a co-sponsor. So right now we have 49 co-sponsors that bill. So right now, it's like I said earlier, it depends on if the House or the Senate wants to have another hearing. They can, because they're Democrats, and in 2018 it was the Republicans who were in the majority, and so it depends. But it is bipartisan. What you got to support, because in the Senate it's Senator Mike Crapo, he's a Republican. He introduced the bill, and in the House it's Congresswoman Therese Pledger Fernandez that introduced the bill. She's a Democrat, and she's also a freshman. So. Hopefully it gets through. We pray. We've been working hard. We have a lot of organizations nationwide that's lobbying in Congress. Just found out that the Navajo Nation hired 2 other lobbyists, so they're paying for the lobbyists to get this bill passed. So we're hoping and praying we can do that.
I know you've got the legislature's support, right? Obviously, with the introduction of this resolution. Have you gotten any supports or had any discussions with the governor's office regarding this? The governor, as we understand, is planning to go to Washington, D.C. in the next couple of weeks or days, or we're not even sure, but we do know she's going.
Well, the Western governors did sign a resolution to Congress, and I believe that our governor will continue to support that. And that, I think that's as strong as they can do. We're hoping that, this is what I'm hoping, that after this resolution, we believe that if nothing happens this year, because Thanksgiving's coming up, then you have Christmas and New Year, I don't think Congress is going to move anything. So we're hoping for next year, and hopefully we can plan things to go out there in Washington and lobby with the Frontline Community Group. And hopefully get this bill passed.
What about Congressman St. Nicholas? Has he been also instrumental in your efforts?
Well, I haven't been working with his office. We tried in the beginning, but I forgot her name, but she resigned. A defensor?
Sahara. Yeah.
Right, Sarah. She resigned. I haven't been working with his office at all. The only time that he comes in is that in March he submitted his testimony, and that was it. I can't speak for the congressman. We tried our best to work with them, but no movement. I haven't heard from him at all.
What about former Congressman Madeline Berdelio? We're paying her.
I haven't heard from her either. It's been the Frontline Community Group that's really pushing it. It's Idaho. Idaho is Kona Henderson. She's kept us in the building Senate, and working with the downwinders, Tina Cordova from New Mexico, kept us in the bill because she's the constituent for New Mexico. So we meet every Thursday. We host the Zoom meeting every Thursday, and that we're really thankful to them for keeping us in the bill.
All right.
As you know, the Northern Marianas were taken out, and also the Inuit cleanup areas were taken out on this amendment. And so they kept Guam in because we were instrumental in helping them with other information that they didn't have.
Well, Robert, do you think, do you anticipate next year we make a harder push with a realistic and true One Guam approach with the governor, Speaker Therese Terlahi, who you've commended, many times for her efforts, Congressman St. Nicholas, and liaison, former Congresswoman Madeline Berdelio? Would it say something if they were all in the Capitol? Here we are.
I remember in 2001 when I came out with my 4-page report, and I was so ignorant as a layman, hoping and praying that our government would move forward. And I even said in my statement that her hands reached further than mine, and find out that it didn't. And so my hopes are always positive that maybe one day they wake up and say, hey, this is for the people of Guam. You know, the people of Guam deserve this. Here we have the National Academy of Science saying, yes, the people deserve to be beneficial to this program. And our government leaders need to step up. I mean, the only one I see stepping up is Speaker Chulay and the legislature. And I don't know what else to do. We're just a small group. And I thank our group. I mean, we've lost a lot of our members over the years, and still, by the grace of God, we're still in the program, in the amendment. And so that in itself is a miracle to me, to continue to convince the frontline community group and Congress, and working with the legal counsel in Congress. That to me is a miracle. So yeah, you're right. We need a one Guam approach, but every time I listen to the radio or read some of the paper, Congressman San Nicolas and the governor don't get along, somebody don't get along. My goodness, we don't. All I have to do is just focus and try and get this program to Guam, and just, you know, it's kind of sad sometimes, but you know, I hope you're right. Maybe one day we'll have a one team Guam. What do you think?
One day.
One day at a time.
One day minus
Well, all I know is you've been relentless about this, and you've been moving the ball, and hopefully, you know, we'll finally get into the end zone and we'll get a big win for Guam.
And then that's when you're going to see everybody come out of the woodwork to support you. After all the hard work's done. When the bread done been baked, everybody want a slice.
Well, that's good. That's good. If they pass the bill and everybody gets on board, you know, it's for the people of Guam. And that's what we've always told the people. It's like, look, my goodness, how do you explain to people that people have died from cancer? And if you look at all the evidence that we had and we submitted to the National Academy of Science, the people of Guam were inundated with high levels of radiation for many years, from 46 to 62. Imagine that. At that time, they were drinking water out of catchments. They were, you know, cow's milk, goat's milk, everything, eating the fish. And so the National Academy of Science took a look at that and say, hey, wait a minute, you know, these people were you know, need to be in this program. And so that's why we've been relentless, is because we're eligible. I mean, who wouldn't pursue this when the highest scientific community in the nation is saying, yeah, Guam's eligible. So our people deserve this. If our government leaders get together and like you say, a one Guam approach, that'll be fantastic.
Well, don't hold your breath. Robert, I wanted to ask about this because it really reminded me of your efforts now, this open pit burning issue. Have you been following this with Senator Sabina? And there's a permit that I believe is up for approval, and they want to conduct open pit burning. The military.
Well, I tried to help her out because there is a bill. It's called the Honor Act in Congress, and it's Congressman Tucano's bill. What he did, he took all the toxic exposure compensation for different veterans from Iraq, Iran, Inuit cleanup veterans, and burn pits. And if you look at the bill, it's going to compensate burn pits, Inuit Atoll, and Agent Orange Guam. And so I gave her the information, and they had a hearing. It's on the floor right now to be voted on. Senator Tester had a similar bill. It was voted unanimously, so it moved through the Senate pretty good. So it's going to compensate burn pits individual. And in the NDAA hearing, they even said that they want to introduce a bill to stop burn pits. So they're talking about 3.5 million veterans to compensate in this bill. So burn pits, it's kind of it's not good for the health of the people of Guam. Period. Or the people on Anderson Air Force Base. Compensate the people that veterans that were in Iraq and Afghanistan. I don't see why they want to reopen a burn pit. It's not. I mean, it's proven that it's unhealthy.
Yeah. You good, Bree?
Yes.
Robert, anything else you want to? I feel like you're just dropping knowledge this morning.
Well, if you, I do have the bill for Congressman Tano and Senator Tester, and if you didn't know, that bill is on the floor for a vote, and it's going to open a door for Guam's Agent Orange also that Speaker Talai's been working on, and I think she's working on a resolution to support that bill for the veterans at Anderson Air Force Base. So today at 4 p.m., please chime in. We're going to have a public hearing to support this resolution to Congress, and hopefully we pray that our bills get passed.
Robert,
thanks again, Chris and Sabrina. You guys have been blessing.
Thank you.
It's always great to have you on. But I want to just ask: have you ever considered running for public office?
Again.
Well,
maybe you're just too early last time when you ran.
I'm continuing to pray on that one. How's that?
There you go. Well, I'm going to continue to hassle you about it. Okay.
Okay.
Right
God
on,
bless
Robert.
you guys.
Thank you, man.
Take care.
Okay,
All right. Thank you, Mr. Salas.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay.
Right on.
You know, I just noticed something too. I mean, I've known this for years, and I think Bree said, that Robert has always fought the good fight, and I like the word you use, like relentless and tireless. And
I mean, yeah, it's
he
20
is
years.
so aptly named too.
Yeah, celestial.
Celestial,
yeah, because he's a heaven sent. Right?
Yeah, exactly. My thoughts exactly.
Campaign slogan or what?
Nice big poster with some fluffy white clouds there, and
All right,
but Robert, thank you for what you do. I mean, it certainly has not been an easy road for you, and I know when I came to KUM, you were already, like on the job and everything like that. But for the way that you have maintained your resolve and kept up at this mission, and all the road bumps that you faced like over the years and setbacks and everything like that, but you have continued, to fight that fight, and now that we see that it's coming to somewhat fruition and everything like that, we have so much respect for you.
Thank you so much. And I want to remind Sabrina that in the beginning of this, she had a real good, televised, she did a really good, program on our issue. And I missed that one where she showed where the explosion of the coconut trees.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that one was a really good effect. What do you think?
Oh yeah. Well, I remember way back when we did do the interviews, right? I was like, whoa, this is deep.
Yeah. Right? Yeah.
That's why I remember this. Like, oh my goodness.
Okay, God bless you guys.
Take care.
Robert, I feel like they should make a movie about your life and this fight. Right?
Another, what's it, Aaron Brockovich, right?
Yeah. The Chamorro male Aaron Brockovich.
So we ask this question every so often, Robert, of notable people in our community. So if there was to be a movie made about your life and your quest and your who plays you in the movie?
Who would play me? Oh my goodness.
I'm thinking Robert Redford.
How about Benicio del Toro?
Chris said Benicio del Toro. That's a good one.
The only one I can think of right now, because I like him, is McConaughey.
Right on.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Not too shabby, Robert. Upsell a little bit, but okay.
No, maybe Robert De Niro or something. He's like, hey, I want to fight for people who are downwinders, and they're like, well, you talking to me?
Yeah, you talking to me?
Huh?
Oh, you talking to?
I'm sorry. We'll let you go, Rob. I got a perfect
Robert.
one.
Right
Joe
on.
Pesci.
Now you're drawing a line, Jay.
No, that's a good. Joe Pesci would be fantastic as Robert Celestial. But thank you again, Robert. And
Right on. Robert Celestial right here on the link. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. We're going to take a break, guys, and we're going to come back with more of the show next. Good morning.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during the link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss the link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody, at the mid part of your work week. Jason, Joser, Sabrina, and Chris, glad to have you along for our ride. We are 4 people in here, but we know there are several thousand of you on the other side of the bandwidth, so we're happy that we can all come together as one big Link family and do this thing together.
Do this thing.
And speaking of doing this thing, if you need to get tested again, it bears repeating, the testing should be open in about 20 minutes up at Teads at the old Carnival grounds, so please bring a photo ID. It doesn't take that long at all. They've got this down to a science figure, medical science. See what I did there? So if you do need to get tested, know your status. That's what Mayor Jesse Allig, everybody's been saying. And remember, if you experience even the slightest of symptoms and everything, please go get tested for your own peace of mind and for the health and safety of your coworkers, of your classmates, of people you go to church with, of your family members, what have you, and everything. It's the right thing to do, and it is free, of course. courtesy of our friends at Public Health. That's over in Teason. On Friday, there's also going to be testing down in Inalahan, and that's going to be from 9 to 12 at the Public Health Center down there. Now, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of the beautiful village of Inalahan, we had Father Jojo, the pastor of St. Biba San Jose.
Biba!
Of the St. Joseph's Parish. We had him on last week, and they were talking about because they wanted to celebrate All Souls Day in a new and interesting way, and this is actually the second time that they've done their floating lantern memorial ceremony. Father Jojo and some of the parishioners down there were nice enough to send us some pictures and some videos. So, Mr. Joser, if you would please, he's going to bring that up. And these pictures are absolutely stunning. The way that our people have
adapted.
Yeah, and basically use this method, which even Father Jojo said. Obviously, this this is rooted in Japanese tradition. The way that you honor your ancestors by lighting these candles and then at the water's edge and then setting them out to sea, blessing them, and ushering them off into the next life. And of course, you were smart enough to bring about. I did not know this, that St. Joseph's is actually our island's oldest parish. This year they celebrate their 340th Jubilee.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know there was.
I always thought it was Umatic. I didn't.
Yeah, I asked some of the guys in the back, like Pete Anderson's from Santa Rita Sumai.
Santa Rita Sumai.
And he goes, it's got to be Malesu.
Yeah. No,
yeah.
it's not. Yeah.
So
and
great
I
job.
think, Jay, it's the facade, like the facade of the church. The front of it is the part that's the original, right?
Yeah, and remember, if you are a supporter of the San Jose Parish and everything, Father Jojo was saying, and he goes, one of the reasons we're doing this too, and these lanterns were $20 each, is the church needs a new air conditioning system, apparently. So
because you guys, you need to be aircon babies when you go to church. God, I remember when I was going to church growing up, St. Francis. Todd's an aircon, bro. There's a fan. Right? They used to have the fan up on the little ones, the little house fan. I just love it.
I don't even think when I was going to mass at in Agana Heights when I was a little kid. We go like to midnight mass, and that place got really packed. They would have like the louvers on the side that they would like kind of like you would turn them and then they would open slightly, and that's if it didn't rain.
Yeah.
But yeah, the beautiful images and an amazing way, and hopefully, I mean, at least me, speaking for myself, I hope this would be like a new tradition that we kind of adopt, because that's really, really beautiful, and they just set them off in Inalahan Pool.
Yeah, and then even
wait, do we say Inalahan Pool?
Yeah, you say Inalahan.
Okay, so
no matter what,
not like it's
never
not like
say again.
Okay, so it's not like the capital of Guam is Hagåtña. But we have like Agana Springs, or we have Agana Heights, or we have. But it is Inalahan Pool.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it is beautiful, and those images are beautiful. So thank you to the San Jose community down there for sharing those images with us.
Thank you, Father Jojo.
No.
What?
No.
Jake, did we do the testing info?
Yeah. Okay. So so once again, if you need to get tested, please go to Teason, because it should be open in about, I'm looking at my clock, 17 minutes or so. It's really, really easy to find if you've never been there. It's where the carnival used to be. I mean, technically the grounds are still there. So go into Teason, the mid part, like if you were going to Teason High, or what's the charter school back there, Chris, near
There's SIFA.
SIFA, thank you. Yeah.
Science is fun and awesome.
There you go. So go into that part of Teason, hang an immediate right, and then go past the football field, the baseball fields, and then you'll be taken right there. There's probably a few cars ahead of you and everything. So that is the testing site. 4 people to a car. Please bring some sort of photo identification, and Public Health is going to set you up. And thank you again from all of us at the link for doing what you got to do to know your status and take care of our community.
Amen. 7:44. We did have a belated birthday shout out here on our Facebook Live audience, going out to Nick Titano. And also wanted to just take a sec to wish a happy heavenly birthday to Michael Castro. I know that his mom watches the link all the time. I see her hubby Ken here on the live stream. So yeah, definitely a happy heavenly birthday to Michael. And as I know that when we were talking with Melanie at the scene where they had recovered his remains, she was talking about how it was just such a tough month for her because he had went missing at this time, and then shortly after, of course, celebrated his birthday. So, are you guys ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday,
dear Nick Titano, and happy heavenly birthday to Michael Castro.
Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless
Nick Titano and Michael Castro and everyone else whose birthday it is today too. Happy birthday
to you.
And have some chocolate and coconut, please, because I personally think these are
Have some of
gross.
Jason's abandoned chocolates.
Yes. Peanut butter cups, outstanding.
Coming
York
up-
peppermint patties, next level awesome.
What is that? Is that like dark chocolate York peppermint patty? Or?
They are, yes.
Okay, right on. 7:45, guys, right here on the link. Coming up at 9:30, we are going to get a bunch of the schools in. We've got Harvest, FD, St. John's. There was a story we reported on yesterday that we kind of talked about this. It was a couple weeks ago, Bree, as schools have begun testing, but many of them saying that they're lacking the equipment to do so. As there's a story here from Isaiah Uggan of the KUAM news team. Some schools on the island have begun implementing their COVID-19 screening testing plans. However, a few schools have yet to receive the necessary resources to do so. Guam schools are mandated by the governor to submit a COVID screening testing plan for students and unvaccinated employees as an added layer of protection against the virus. The last day to turn in their plan of action to DPHSS was on October 1st. PIO for Public Health, Jenna Carrera says, I think there's some schools that have met the minimum requirements for the screening testing plan, have already moved forward and are moving forward with the screening testing plan, which are the small private or Catholic schools that are able to go forward with that plan because they're small schools, they're able to meet that 10% threshold of screening testing. And I don't know, when we had St. John's and it was St. Paul's, Yvonne, right? The issue didn't really seem like the submission of the plan. The issue seemed that they just weren't getting the supplies, right?
Right, and how the the guidance kind of changes often, and the fact that they're not really quite clear. They're not a medical clinic, and so they're not sure how are they supposed to do all these tests because they don't have all the staff or the trained people to do it.
Right, yeah. And then there was that conversation, a part of the conversation where they were asking the question, where's public health in all this? I mean, should it be public health that the school is testing? Should public health be more involved in kind of walking these schools to where they got to be? Because
I mean, public health has trained. They train people at GDOE. They train people at FD, and I think
Catholic
a couple
schools,
other Catholic schools and some private businesses. But when you hear from these schools, they're like, we don't even know. We don't even have test kits.
I mean, St. John's and St. Paul's, especially St. Paul's, is a pretty sizable student population.
Big school.
Yeah. Yeah. So
they've got they got a pretty good student body over there.
Yeah.
Pretty big. I was
And
actually
I don't think it's asking too much. I mean, you put the mandates on, and you got to have the tools, resources, and know-how.
Right.
I've always been curious too about like cafeteria operations, and I was having a conversation with your son Bree when I dropped him off to school the other day, and I was like, hey Brock, so like how is like lunchtime for you? And he goes, like I believe so. The students go down to the cafeteria and then they get their lunch, but then they bring it back to the classroom. And I think last school year they actually brought it to the classroom, but they all eat there. And I was like, are you? Do you like it? Are you okay with it? Does it? Are you kind of like bummed out? And he said no. He said he actually enjoys it because he goes, it's a little bit more quieter, and our classmates we can hang out together like a little bit more, and it's not like we're in like study mode. So he said he likes it.
There was also this story, guys. I mean, I know that we kind of broke it here on the show yesterday, but so this was the guy's brother, the escaped detainee.
They didn't say that, but I mean, clearly there is a resemblance. I thought they were twins at first. Then I went back to check the birthdays, and I was like, okay, they're not twins.
Yeah, so we did cover, and it broke here on the show, the escape of Anthony, that's it. Anthony Louis P. Camacho, right? I mean, this guy's rap sheet was like longer than the Bible.
Right. And, I wanted to thank the director, Joe Carbolito, for allowing DOC to come on live during the show despite the ban from Adaloop. So thank you so much for that, Joe.
Yeah, I'm glad that Director Carbolito was able to realize how important it was to get that word out. And we're here to get the word out anytime. So that's still like being investigated, huh, Bree?
Yes, it is. We're still waiting on the information regarding the reconfinement of Anthony. I didn't see that come out yet from DOC.
Yeah, so the Anthony, well, it was 29-year-old Augusto Borra Camacho Jr. identified and arrested for his role in the escape of detainee Anthony Camacho from DOC yesterday. Located in Mongmong, several hours after he escaped the DOC quarantine facility in Manila. Yeah, he was a known COVID positive. Found and apprehended with Augusto in a car near the Benson store area. Source telling KUAM that the car was also tied to a robbery and retail theft. So that's pretty interesting. I mean, how were they able to coordinate that? Was there involvement with the guards? I mean, it's no secret DOC has had its share of issues with corrupt corrections officers.
I don't recall from yesterday, but when Tyler was on the scene, when she came on this show, and then when she was with Major Anton Uggan, did he mention if, or, you know, I guess it would say like during the press conference when he was apprehended and then back in custody, could he face additional charges because he is COVID positive?
I wonder. Like they throw the book at him, right? Like
endangerment to the
reckless
community or something
endangerment, public nuisance.
Something like that. Yeah.
Right. Throw in a mask violation ticket while you're at it. Send a strong message, right?
Because let's take a look at what we know, right? Like if you go into a bar and say like, you know, I mean, obviously like the bar or the restaurant, what have you, and they're all doing, you know, like regulations are keeping things, you know, completely by the book, right? But you go in there and you're already positive or you've tested positive and you should be in quarantine and you break quarantine and you go in there and everything like that and you get busted for whatever reason. Is there even like...
Yeah, there's charges, right? They got charges for that. Like we said, they did in NMI. That guy ran out of the quarantine. They charged him with like public nuisance or something.
There you go. I mean, that could be the precedent. Yeah.
Right, yeah. And I mean, you're kind of alluding to, I think there's like a couple national stories where people knew they were HIV positive and then they continued to spread it and then maybe charged with like an attempted murder or something. So I don't know if we're going like that far. But it hasn't happened. We haven't heard anything
and in the
crazy
States,
like that.
Didn't they say that there were I mean, it probably happened in Florida. I mean, I think, you know, the weirdest stuff happens in Florida anyway. Florida. But didn't they say that there were some like there was some...
I never heard that.
You never heard that?
No, I never. Say it again. That was funny.
I actually hear that from Floridian friends of mine and everything like that. Every time they talk about crime, I do.
Get me the Floridians.
But I believe there were a group of like frat boys or something like that were positive, acknowledged it, and still had like this party.
Are you talking about that island boy? Those guys?
Something like that. But I was like, wow, man, it's...
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Be safe, guys. I mean, if you're positive, and really like the whole, like if you're sick, stay home. I don't know if people are they're not really listening to that. Like, you know, I went to Mass and there's like somebody around was just like sniffling the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they know that, you know, oh God, it's my allergies or whatever. But guys, again, if you're sick, stay home. As the numbers, you know, we didn't get the number of tests that was conducted yesterday, but I know that public health, they were off for All Souls Day, right?
I think it was on there. But yeah, the positivity rate, which again is, you know, like the thing that I like tend to work out in my head, it's been below 10% for a few days now. So, and you know,
right.
Dr. Wen was saying he anticipated that it will begin to subside slightly. Dr. Was on yesterday, Dr. Michael and you know, they're kind of indicating that, you know, the number of people testing positive against the number of tests, you know, that is starting to go down. But again, the most important thing is the hospitalizations, the amount of people on the ICU, the number of people on ventilators, and the fatalities. That's the one we really have to get down.
Yeah, there was somebody somewhere, I don't know if it was on social media or something, but somebody had compared us to Hawaii, but really, I mean, there's no comparison. I know that Dr. Ho had sent me something about, so Hawaii, their numbers yesterday, it was new cases 69, positivity rate 1.7%. So Jay, when you talk about us,
1.7%,
1.7. That's
wait,
wow.
Is that just on Oahu or is that throughout the Hawaiian Islands?
That's just the number I got from the Hawaii numbers.
If that's statewide, that's amazing.
It is, but our positivity rate has been over 10%, right? And so
the last few days it's been single digits. It's been like, you know, like around 8.
Right. Yeah,
7,
that's what I'm saying. So it had been over 10.
Yeah.
for many, many weeks, and now we're starting to see it dip down. But I don't know if that's and if you look at all the data that's coming out, they're saying that, there's this decline in like all the case numbers, but it's got to be very, very gradual because, it's been a few days. We haven't had a real like heavy test load day. There's some weekend reporting that went on, which they don't really run a lot of tests, and then we don't know how many were run yesterday. So it's been a while since we had like a true full day.
Yeah. So yesterday,
Yesterday was holiday.
On account of in observance of All Souls Day. So I wonder if today's going to be call it like a makeup day, and we might actually have like a larger number.
Right. I don't know. I'm just keyed in on what Dr. Ann had said when she had done her data dump. It was a few weeks back. Data drop. Sorry. I don't know where that came from. But she had said that we'll be out of the surge when we reach 25 cases a day.
Sustained,
which was what got me because we had 30 some on a day over the weekend, but then we went back up to 78 yesterday. And I don't know if the CDC's in town, something ain't right.
And I'm also thinking that again, folks, if you need to get tested or please get vaccinated, get your booster, get the if the doctor prescribes you to get the treatment and everything like that, because look at all of the holidays we got coming up just like in the next 60 days alone. I mean, less than 60 days, right? We got Camelin Day on December 5th. We got Thanksgiving before that. We've got Christmas. We've got the kids being out of school.
New Year's.
Yeah, I feel these are probably days you might assume that that at least for public health that public sector testing will be suspended.
And then we did have Dr. Hoa talking about yesterday. Was it yesterday when he had come on that we're going to start seeing the results of Halloween gatherings in a couple weeks. But I feel like there should be a big blitz going on now because if you look at what public health is on, what's on their plate right now, like what's the most important thing going on? It's the booster shots, right? The booster, how crucial is it? Well, if you get boosted, they say you're up to like 90 some percent protection against the virus. And a lot of these breakthrough cases we're seeing, guys, it's not necessarily because the vaccine doesn't work. It's because the vaccine doesn't work against the Delta variant months after you take it. All right. So when you get that boost, it's just a little jump.
You're hitting the NOS.
Yeah, you're just hitting the NOS basically. And I feel like a lot of this vaccine hesitancy, it's because when the vaccine first came out, they really kind of upsold it, and it came at a time when everyone, I mean, you'd think we're tired of this pandemic now. Imagine how we felt last year, right? People were just done with it. And so when the vaccine came out, it was like, right? And now we find out with these different variants that it doesn't last as long as we thought it would, which I just think if they just say that, like, I accept it. Okay, it's not a cure. Got it. Okay, like another vaccine or whatever other shots, we got to get it every year. I'm going to do it. No, I'm going to do it because I want to be safe. I live with my mom.
I just thought about something. Of the four of us in this room now, 3 of us have the booster, and
I'm the only one who's
and
not
my friend,
boosted.
you are the lone wolf. So when will you be getting your booster?
I'm going this morning. I'm taking my mom to go get the booster. Yeah.
You and your mom. All right. Congratulations.
And real quickly, speaking of boosters and vaccinations, we just do have a bit of news from the CNMI as the judicial branch of the Northern Mariana Islands. They've got a vaccine mandate, it appears, in place that's effective November 2nd, requiring all employees of the judicial branch of the Northern Mariana Islands to receive one of the 3 vaccinations of J&J or Pfizer Moderna no later than December 3rd. Also from the CNMI, subpoenas are being issued by the CNMI or the NMI's House of Representatives. It looks like quite a few subpoenas have been issued to members of the Department of Public Safety. It looks like they may be part of the personal security detail assignment. I believe it may be to the governor of the CNMI. But there's one interesting one that is just came down also, and that is related to former Guam Senator Will Castro. As you know, he was hired as the chief of staff to Governor Ralph Torres. So a subpoena has been issued to him, and he let's see, for reimbursement for meals, hostings, and gifts claimed by or on behalf of Governor Torres and Mrs. Diane Tudela Torres, including but not limited to communications regarding the same subject matter, travel and meetings conducted or claimed by or on behalf of Governor Torres or the First Lady, including but not limited to reimbursement requests. So he's been commanded to testify under oath.
Wow.
And this was issued by the House Standing Committee on Judiciary and Governmental Operations Chair Representative Selena Babalta.
Subpoena Selena. That's right.
Subpoena.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Tomas is here.
Yeah, so we're going to go on. We'll have more on this with Tomas in our 8 o'clock newscast. It is Wednesday, November 3rd. Thank you guys so much for jamming with us here on the link on the Breeze side. We're KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam. KUAM TV, good morning. And here we come. Heads up, it's the link. Morning, Sabrina.
Off a day.
Hi, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's 8:01.
I found a recipient for the, I'm trying to get rid of the coconut chocolate thing. Tomas is here, and Tomas sent me a message. I was like, Tomas, we got some candy. He's like, I am going to crush the peppermint patties.
You know, when you've had a few Rhoda Halloweens and you have the coffee candy, the York is is pretty premium.
Yeah, that's bougie, right? To someone from Luta. He's like, York, I never even had. Wow.
Please do, bro, because like these are the things like I bought for kids that didn't come around to my neighborhood and everything like that. So we take care of each other on this show.
Did you see, Jace, that actually like the Amazon CEO like shut his doors and lights and was like, we're not giving away any candy. I thought of you when I saw that story.
Nice. If it works for the richest man in the world, Mr. Bezos. It'll work for someone who's.
Do kids
like
York peppermint candy?
I don't think they do. There's certain kids. I don't trust kids who like peppermint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you
right?
mean like candies that were like the bomb for us when us old farts were like still eating candy and.
You know what I was just thinking about, the Cherry Chan. Do they still make those? Remember those?
But the coffee candy, is it the OX?
Are you talking about the Copico or
I don't know.
the hard one?
Yeah, the hard brown ones. Yeah.
You can never go wrong with Raisinets, though.
Werther's is good, yeah.
No, Raisinets, because it's healthy for you.
Right on.
I like Raisinets.
Eat those at the movies. That's a good afternoon.
My blood sugar climbing.
Whoppers. I love
Whoppers. Whoppers are okay. They're like a little bit sweet.
Oh, I love them.
But they used to come in the...
I love the Burger King Whopper, and I love the Whopper
Right.
in like the milk carton, right?
They came in the milk carton, right? 8:03, yes, there's a lot coming up, including Superintendent John Fernandez. We'll also keep it education with Harvest FD St. John's at 9:30. And then we're going to go over to the NMI, where Tomas Manglotnia will be interviewing Glenda Sakaset Palacios, Special Assistant to the CNMI Governor for Military Affairs. You know, Bree, when you brought up that subpoena for former Guam Senator Will Castro, all I could hear in my head was the voice of Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios. I mean, this was like, whew.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. Have you guys ever had a Chamorro grandpa? Like, one of the worst things that could ever happen is if they're laughing at you. You know what I mean? Whether it's like, you're making them laugh at me, but Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios was like, oh, Will Castro, they're laughing. They're laughing at him like it's a joke or something. So, wow, that's pretty... Going to be interesting to see how this plays out. We'll have more on it with Tomas Manglotnia. It's Wednesday, November 3rd. Brought to you by Pacific Points, our 8 o'clock newscast here with the very latest. On the link, Sabrina Salas-Mazzanati. Good morning, Sabrina.
Half a day, everybody. The Joint Information Center reports 58 people are hospitalized for COVID. There's also 1 pediatric admission, 8 people receiving ICU level of care, 7 on ventilators, 31 hospitalized patients are vaccinated, while 26 are unvaxxed, 1 ineligible to receive the shot. Public Health reported only a preliminary count of 35 new COVID positive cases, and it was only from 472 tests that were analyzed from Monday. Additional results are pending analysis from other clinics and expected to be reported in tonight's CHIC report. To date, there have been a total of 18,321 officially reported cases, 242 deaths, 2,347 cases in isolation and 15,732 recoveries. As of November 1st, the CAR score is 15.7. Today, a total of 123,934 of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. Public Health, in the meantime, confirms that the CDC team's public health advisor, lab subject matter expert, and senior epidemiologist are all on island. They're here for 3 weeks and will do a deep dive into Guam's dead on arrival cases. Public Health PIO Janela Carrera adds the CDC team will also assist with surveillance and case investigation matters. She adds that they are expecting CDC's biostatistician to arrive sometime this week. The CDC team is on island at the request of Public Health. The request was made during our current third surge of this pandemic. With more news now, here is Hannah Devonzo.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa-day and good morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Devonzo with your headlines here on The Link. The Department of Corrections is investigating how a detainee managed to escape from their quarantine and isolation facility. Tyler Matanani has the story.
After nearly 7 hours of searching, DOC along with GPD finally apprehended prison escapee Anthony Luis Camacho. It was just before 7 a.m. this morning that they found he had escaped the quarantine and isolation facility. DOC Director Joe Carbolito and Police Chief Steve Ignacio made the announcement during a joint press conference in Manilao.
Shortly after 12:30 p.m. today, the escaped prisoner was located on Petmanenti Street in Hyundai, Mongmong, right behind the Benson store.
He was picked up in May on a parole violation and recently tested positive for COVID-19. During a head count Tuesday morning, it was discovered that he had escaped, and apparently he may not have acted alone.
At the time that he was apprehended, he was in the custody of another individual, and that individual is also in our custody, and he will also be brought in for questioning.
The chief confirms he was caught inside a car in Mongmong with the second unnamed individual. The nearly 7-hour search included officers from DOC Special Operations Response Team, or SORT, and GPD's Special Operations Division, working collaboratively to catch Camacho. While he faces additional charges, the investigation now turns to how he managed to break out in the first place.
This incident will be investigated by the Department's Internal Affairs Division to determine the facts surrounding today's escape.
Camacho, in the meantime, has been in and out of DOC as far back as 2013 for terroristic conduct, burglary, family violence, theft, aggravated assault, and reckless driving. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
The Attorney General's office has issued a legal opinion that states raises to the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority Executive Director and Deputy Director cannot be paid out retroactively. The opinion was issued in response to a request from Public Auditor B.J. Cruz following the discovery by his office that personnel action forms appeared to have effective dates retroactive to the date that salary adjustments were authorized. According to the AG opinion, there is no law authorizing retroactive pay for GURA's executive and deputy directors. Additionally, retroactive pay raises are prohibited for unclassified employees or officers of the government of Guam unless specifically authorized by law. The AG's office has requested written confirmation from the GURA board that any payments were made or will be made in compliance with Guam law. Meanwhile, since November 2019, the OAG and OPA have teamed up to tackle the misuse of public funds and work to increase transparency. Local lawmakers want answers about a questionable $11,000 raise given to an unclassified employee who'd only been on the job for 1 month. Here's more.
Senator Sabina Perez has oversight over the Department of Revenue and Taxation, and she wants more information about an unclassified employee that managed to jump 6 pay grades in just 4 weeks of being on the job. According to documents obtained by KUAM, the $11,000 raise for Special Projects Coordinator Julie Cruz was approved by the director, Daphne Shimizu. Cruz ran as a Democrat candidate for mayor of Molesu in 2020. Her raise takes her from a salary of $45,000 to $56,268, making more money than several seasoned employees. In fact, according to the staffing pattern for DRT, a supervisor in the tax enforcement division makes a little over $40,000. A supervisor in the collections branch makes $34,000. And in the record-breaking income tax processing division, the supervisor makes almost $41,000. Cruz is the recently created call center supervisor.
Sending a bad signal to the public, many of whom are unemployed, right? There's, 11,000 plus that are unemployed. And to see that, people are getting these huge pay raises.
Senator Perez isn't the only local legislator making noise about higher pay for unclassified hires. Minority Senator Tello Taitagui.
Transparency is definitely not there. Accountability is definitely not there. Justification is not there.
KUAM News did reach out to Revan Tax Deputy Director Marie Lazama asking about Cruz's pay adjustment, but in a written statement, she said she was, quote, unable to comment on matters related to specific personnel.
But I haven't received a response yet regarding why the $11,000 increase. So I'll definitely be following up with that with the director.
Meanwhile, the pay adjustment has prompted Senator Taitagui to introduce a bill that would mandate GovGuam autonomous, semi-autonomous, and line agencies report all hiring quarterly to the legislature. The measure would also require agencies to report the salaries of hires, the funding source they're being paid from, and any raises or pay adjustments given that are outside of the normal merit system increments. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matinani.
A multi-million-dollar medical malpractice lawsuit is moving through the District Court of Guam. According to the complaint, a family is suing the federal government after a woman went in for an emergency C-section in August of 2018, but the doctor left a medical instrument inside her abdomen. It wasn't until after multiple trips to the ER and 3 months later that they finally discovered that they left a medical instrument inside her, but by then her legs and abdomen were swollen and the C-section incision was blistering. Eventually, in December of 2018, she was medevaced to a naval hospital in Florida for further treatment. In July of last year, the military family filed a complaint with the Navy Tort Claim Unit. It was ultimately denied in September of this year, but family is suing for about $20 million and other damages established at trial. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM's News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And a quick update to the escape story. 29-year-old Augusto Borja Camacho Jr. has been identified and arrested for his role in the escape of detainee Anthony Camacho from DOC Tuesday. Camacho was arrested for hindering apprehension and resisting arrest. He was located in Mongmong several hours after he escaped from the DOC quarantine facility in Mangilao. He was found and apprehended with Augusto in a car near the Benson store area. Also following up on a story we first learned about from an executive order posted on the legislature's website and not from Adaloop. Citing an urgent need for more local child care support and services, the governor signed an executive order creating a new division of children's wellness within public health. Nestor Lecanto reports.
Our situation is serious.
In her executive order, the governor noted the gaping shortfall in assistance that prompted a state of emergency at Child Protective Services in January. The Department of Youth Affairs took over to address a severe backlog in case referrals and will now relinquish that job to the new Public Health Division, which Deputy Director of Social Services Terry Uggan will oversee. He says it's actually been their vision for some time to separate the Bureau of Social Services Administration, or BOSA, into a division of its own.
This is really not actually uncommon practice either for other protective services throughout the states as well. To actually have a division where programs such as Child Protective Services are more of a, not necessarily a standalone, but a lot more energy, a lot more focus is directed towards it.
The new division will be composed of 2 bureaus, social services and a new child care services. And the governor also described in her order how thousands of local families are in urgent need of child care services as the existing capacity fills just 6%.
There is federal dollars that are available that help build capacity for these child care centers. You know, things around the reorganization or a little bit of the renovation within the facility, help with onboard and training, really putting into place, let's say if a child care center nursery is wanting to update, say, computer system for children to be able to learn a lot more. It really is a pocket of money to help people actually get back into the workforce, to help stabilize the community.
Governor Leon Guerrero has ordered that the new division be up and running by January 1st. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Some island schools have began implementing their COVID-19 screening testing plans. However, a few schools have yet to receive the necessary resources to do so. Isaiah again has more.
Guam schools were mandated by the governor to submit a COVID-19 screening testing plan for students and unvaccinated employees as an added layer of protection against the virus. The last day to turn in their plan of action to the Department of Public Health and Social Services was October 1st. DPHSS Public Information Officer Janela Carrera said in a KUAM News interview that some schools have begun swabbing students for COVID.
I think there are already some schools that have met the minimum requirements for the screening testing plan and have already moved forward or are moving forward with the screening testing plan. I don't know exactly which schools they are. I think these are probably the smaller schools, like small private schools or small Catholic schools that are able to move forward with the screening testing plan because they are a small school, so they're able to meet that 10% threshold of screening testing.
But a few schools like St. Paul's Christian School and St. John's both say that they have yet to receive training or testing kits. However, Carrera says that they must reach out to public health in order to provide the necessary materials.
If they're partners and they underwent the training, then so if they're trained to be able to administer, then we would provide it.
So they have to express an interest with us to receive the training for the minor tested, and they would have to sign the letter of interest, and then we can schedule the training. It's actually not that difficult.
The schools who began testing students and unvaccinated employees met the minimum requirements, which are testing 10% of the student population and must conduct it bi-weekly. Carrera adds that they are still in the process of approving testing plans. She also confirmed that the department has received all schools' COVID screening testing plans, which are still undergoing review. According to Carrera, schools have 90 days from October 1st to comply with the executive order. As we reported, the Guam Department of Education's first phase of the plan was approved, which dealt with unvaccinated employees. As for testing GDOE students, the department intends to present their plan of action before implementation. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Senators head back into session today to discuss Bill 217, introduced by Speaker Therese Jalahi to correct the error in the war claims bill that was signed into law by the governor. The error was the inclusion of a failed amendment that removes any filing deadlines, thus opening up claims to potentially thousands of new claimants instead of the 700 or so qualified late filers in the federal program it was intended to help. And joining us now, live in studio, we've got Tomas Menglotnia. Good morning, Tomas. Lots of interesting things going on.
We're able to share some of the images we have here. We did get a copy of the subpoenas that were issued. It seems like yesterday, November 1st, actually, or that was Monday. And specifically, some of the officers that were subpoenaed, we've reported on that before. But this one, for former Senator Will Castro, who the committee expects to appear 10:30 a.m. November 19 at the legislature, and they list two specific reasons as to why they want Will Castro to appear before the committee. Number one says reimbursements for meals, hostings, and gifts claimed by or on behalf of Governor Ralph Torres and or Mrs. Diane Tudela Torres, including but not limited to communications regarding the same subject matter. The second thing they said that they'll question him on is travel and meetings conducted or claimed by or on behalf of Governor Ralph Delangaro Torres and or Mrs. Diane Tudela Torres, the First Lady there, including but not limited to reimbursement requests. And so that's scheduled for November 19 at 10:30 in the morning, along with the other officers who were subpoenaed. And as you shared, Bree, the NMI judiciary, who we're going to be interviewing later today, did put out their vaccination and testing requirements. Employees should be vaccinated at the NMI judiciary with one of the 3 vaccinations that are approved by the FDA by December 3rd. And if you're not able to provide proof of vaccination by December 3rd at the NMI judiciary, you must be tested at least once a week starting on December 6th. And so this is, I think, the second branch now of government in the NMI who has this vaccine or testing requirements.
Yeah, I was surprised that they didn't already have it in place.
Well, I think it's all in response to the spike in cases, right? Yesterday we reported 11 more cases in the NMI, and we're unclear. It's unclear just yet if they're still tied to the 2 major clusters that CEO Esther Muña and the epidemiologist there, Stephanie, were talking about. And so there continues to be more contact tracing, and we're going to wait on more of that data to come through to report to you on.
We're getting the CNMI Special Assistant to the Governor for Military Affairs a little bit later on the show. What can we expect from that discussion, Tomas?
Yeah, so the bureau is fairly new, right? I think it was formed around just 2 or 3 years ago. And so we're just going to get an update on some of the military affairs going on in the Northern Marianas, and I think also specifically Tinian and the Northern Islands as well. Lots of new developments. They just released their citizen-centric report that details a lot of the activities that have been happening over the past year. And so we'll get the Special Assistant, Glenna Palacios, on that at 9 o'clock this morning on the link.
Tomas, do you anticipate or foresee any type of legal maneuvering on the part of former Guam Senator Will Castro?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. They invoked testimonial immunity because of privilege that people have working at the high offices of the executive branch. Russ Garber, who's the D.C. attorney hired for Governor Torres and the CNMI government, invoked that for Frances de la Cruz, who was the executive assistant to the governor. And we know that she's submitted a written affidavit. We've reported on this, but they're not satisfied with that. The JGO committee, which is Democratic led, and so they expect her to show up in person still at the next hearing. So lots of that to share.
Yeah, very entertaining, but really just a display of what checks and balances is all about.
Yeah, and all of this again happening amid the both Republican and Democratic parties ready to announce their candidates for office.
Okay, so where there's like 80 people running for governor in the NMI.
And so we know that Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, his proposal to the NMI Democrats was to have the Democrats support the independent ticket, which I don't know is likely. But we also did confirm that Representative Tina Sablan did submit a letter of intent to run for governor under the Democratic banner. And we'll have more on that tomorrow, probably, on the official announcement out of those parties.
Can I ask Tomas if Delegate Tina?
Congresswoman Representative.
If Congresswoman Representative Tina Sablan runs for governor, would she be the first woman to run for that office?
She would. Yeah, I have to fact check that, but she definitely would be the first female if she were to win. So.
If she were to win, obviously. Yeah. Right on. Okay. Daily question?
Yes, we do have our daily question. Yesterday, we just asked folks for their message to their loved ones as it was All Souls Day. Our Daniel Perez, of course, went to some of the families who were visiting their loved ones, and we wanted to share some of the really meaningful responses that we got from our viewers over on our Instagram page. We asked, what message do you have for your loved ones on this All Souls Day? Dory on our Instagram saying, I will see you one day with a heart. Someone here, a mother commenting, to my son Ruben, mommy misses you and will always love you, and we will see each other again. Net commenting, there's no expiration on our memories.
That's nice. I like that.
Char writing rest in paradise. And Ethan sharing a quote here, even if you are gone, just know that you are not alone. And so some really meaningful responses.
Yeah.
And, after some folks might not have had the opportunity to visit their loved ones' graves last year, really, really powerful moments yesterday that Daniel Perez got to see as well.
Thank you, Tomas.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, there you go. He covers regional matters in the NMI and beyond with his show Pacific Matters, which is right here on the networks at KUAM. Tomas Menglotnia. Let's go ahead and do Chamorro News now, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank with Kin Conception. Good morning. This is The Link. It is 8:25.
Buenas tardes to get some to be finished tomorrow in the KUAM News. Presented ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Magata si Anthony Luis Parteco Camacho gitalwanin matis. Malawag sa Camacho gisagang karantina gi Department of Corrections guhina ogan antes di alas 7. I-DOC dyan Special Operations Division gini GPD sa matutun maaligaw para 5 oras antes di umasoda. Maditeta ni sa Camacho gi-DOC puda kontradisi dyan niya paro. Manasagay gisagang kinarentina niya positibo i-test niya para COVID-19. Mambistitiga tayo mano malawag sa Camacho guihi na fasilidad. Masasunto, masusugo ba naman itong federal pun milyon pesos na kantida. Mafaya adu na sinugi District Court of Guam. Sigon ni complain ni mga practice na lawsuit sa anay dispes maopera ang Palawan no emergency C-section gi Agosto na mes 2018 na sakan. Zay mediko sa pegaha iramentan man opera kisan halumi bariganya. Madiskrubi lusutumus dispes 3 meses na tempo ang necessary Palawan humanaw gato emergency room sa pun mamuti ang pokpo ki bariganya sa nipatas niya zay matsatsag niya para C-section sa todo lugahaga. Mambediva kay Palawan para Nevo Hospital gi sa Florida para maamti guhimas gi December na mes 2018. Gi Julio na mes, gimapos na sakan, mafayo ni familia complain para mabidan niya Palawan, gi Navy Tort Claims Unit. Marinyun siya izon na complain gi September na mes, pago na sakan. Mansusi familia para 20 milyon pesos, danoto siya na matsetnod, no para ma-establisa gi durante ni trayong. Yuto mo na sunto gi finut sa moro gin ni KUAM News para pago na Merkulis. Esta tiwa mami tempo nagwahagwahan inzon niya Chief Medical Examiner. Todi member ni Commission on Postmortem Examinations sa mabota na ma-adject si Dr. Kenny Su para adyo na posisyon. Ikomitein man manaligaw para este na posisyon sa marekomenda si Dr. Su sigon eksperyensyan niya, ima-edukan niya, sa ni-entrevistan todi pamalo siya na kandidato. Adyo na komite sa General Abogadong Guahan Levine Camacho sa si Dr. John Taitano, dyan para fanali dyan si Su para madiskuti ma si sudon niya sa ni-beneficio siya. Si Dr. Su sa eskwela sa Taiwan po neurology, antes di studia pathology, zagay sa certification in Estados Unidos para 3 na klaseng kategory in forensic. Ikomitea sa mananaga para ma-report tati i-commission, iman mamayla na semana. I-posisyon Chief Medical Examiner sa haga sa bakante, disya na retiro, iginin nato na posisyon si Dr. Aurelio Espanola, 3 anos na tempo tati. Para Guam News Network, Gausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washers, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during the link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss the link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KOAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Mighty Metal, Massive, and Power, 8:34 in the morning. We're back. It's The Link, and the one, the only, Sabrina Salas, Matt Tenani, ladies and gentlemen.
Off today, everybody. We're going to head into the Zoom room now, where we're going to get our weekly progress report from GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez. Also joining us is our education reporter, Isaiah Uggan. Good morning, John.
Hi, good morning, everybody. And it seems like it was almost just yesterday when we last talked, so I don't know how much more to update, but I want to make sure to show up and see if there are any questions or anything popping up on your screens or on your radar that we can help update the community on. But I do want to just say that, we continue, to really monitor what's going on in the community and try to get ourselves back to full 5 days of instruction. So over the last week since we last spoke, we had an opportunity to meet with our high school principals, also meet with our Guam Federation of Teachers to get a better understanding of how best to approach, what we think will be, the end of this second or this Delta wave, and getting back to hopefully 5 days of instruction for all grade levels. So I think I can at least, even though we don't have a date right now to tell you, what we're looking at is at least the target of January being the date for all grade levels to be able to return for face-to-face instruction, and that means several things have to go right and go well. Number one, we've seen the dip in the number of cases and the positivity rate that we've seen over the past several weeks. If that trend continues to go downward, we should hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks be back to a situation where we're out of high risk based on the CDC framework that we've been following. The other thing is, we talked last week about the supports for the schools, the canopies, the tables and chairs starting to arrive on island. We were very frustrated earlier because of you've heard about the entire supply chain, challenges globally. Well, we were seeing that in our shipments, things being stuck at the port, being delayed, vendors not being able to tell us when things were likely to arrive. Well, now we're getting more information and confirmation of when to expect some of these, volumes of support equipment and supplies that we've been anticipating. So canopies, tables, and chairs for schools that have requested that support in order to facilitate physical distancing, that's going to be helpful coming in over the next several weeks. And then I think the other piece we're waiting to hear, we've had our conversation with public health, but we're waiting to get, all the details, is once we start the vaccination availability for the 5 to 11-year-olds, we're really looking forward to helping facilitate that opportunity for families who want to get their children vaccinated. Because once we do that, we can envision the opportunity to return all school children back to school by the January timeframe. The only thing that we're talking about prior to that is the potential to phase in grades prior to the elementary schools. And so we did have a conversation about phasing in high school first. Our conversation with the high school principals really was, I think they're supportive. However, they are still concerned about the physical distancing requirements and, our ability to sustain compliance with that once we return all the students. So, I think as part of that, not only will the additional supplies and equipment help, we're also looking at accelerating. I have to check and see where we are with that, but we advertised for openings for community program aides and for teacher assistants. So I think we're already through the process of trying to hire those positions. And so the sooner we can get those individuals at the school campuses, I think our high schools will feel much better in terms of being able to supervise the population on campus and cover classes and cover other responsibilities due to the fact that, COVID-19 has resulted in, of course, quarantined employees and so forth. So, again, we sat down with them, we got a list of concerns, and now we're kind of working through them to make sure that we can address all of them and help everybody be comfortable with that return. We did talk to our GFT members, and I think we're on the same page that if the vaccination efforts for the younger children go forward as we're hearing, and then by January, we can probably get everybody, back to school on a normal schedule. Prior to that, it does make sense, and we've talked about that again with high schools, maybe starting first as part of a phase-in. And, I think the whole point of the phase-in is to be able to kind of, open up a few schools, make sure everything's working well, make sure everybody's, we're maintaining safety and so forth. And then, going to middle school and going to elementary school by that January timeframe. So I'm just putting it out there because even though we don't have a date for high school to start up again, we do want to say that, for all of our parents, based on all these factors, if all these factors line up as we were expecting that they will, January should be the time frame that we'll be able to get everyone back to school from pre-K all the way to high school. And as part of that, make decisions about what you need to do for your family to be ready for that, those decisions. So again, over the next couple of weeks, we anticipate further stakeholder discussions with our teachers, with our board, with our students and parents before we make some firm decisions about dates.
Right.
So let me just I'll leave it at that, and then we can happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
If you, if everything goes well and you are able to start the resumption of face-to-face for everybody in January, are you going to discontinue the other models of learning? And it'll be strictly.
I think we're gonna, at this point, we are still decided to maintain online learning, which we told parents would be available this school year. So that is anticipated to stay in place for the school year. And then as we get to next school year, we'll have to make a determination as to what online learning will look like for the following school year. I just think that for those parents to whom we indicated this would be an option for the school year and allowed them to register, that we're not at a point yet where we can pull the plug on that, because we're still trying to get kids back to school safely for that 5 days of instruction. So I think we're going to need to get everybody back, see how things go, and then make decisions about online learning once we get past that point.
You mentioned hiring. I did want to ask, when you do hire, is it with local funds or are you using education stabilization funds for hiring?
So we are, there's a combination of funds that can be used. So some funding comes to our consolidated grant. So if there was already a program that supported, our schools that's already in place through the consolidated grant, we were able to use those programs to hire like the teacher assistants, for instance. And then for those additional positions that were not part of those original grants, but are really tied to COVID-19 response, those would be covered under the ESF or the ARP funds. I think the community program aids would be under the ESF funds at this point, and those would be the supplemental hires that were not a part of the original consolidated grant programs, but because of the additional funds are being utilized to assist schools with the COVID-19 response and maintaining safety and supervision on campus as a result of the pandemic.
I do want to ask one other thing, and this is because whatever happened to the third-party fiduciary agent, because as a result of the GDOE's high-risk status, and what is the third-party fiduciary's involvement in the management of, say, these federal funds like the ESF or ARP money? Are they involved with that at all?
Yes, so the third party is still a requirement for USDOE. What we were trying to do prior to the pandemic was get on a path towards removing or steadily removing their oversight over the federal funds as part of a return to DOE. Returning the accountability and the responsibility fully to Guam DOE. Because of the pandemic, we weren't able to do on-site visits last year, so we did do a virtual monitoring. And as part of that virtual, monitoring with USDOE, we did make some improvements. For instance, having DOE take over the property inventory completely this year. But however, the third party is still in place and has not been removed. So they are under contract as they have been over the last several years. Additionally, because the special conditions apply generally to all USDOE funds, the third party is involved when it comes to funding under the CARES Act and under the American Rescue Plan. So they do have a responsibility and a role in ensuring that there is proper accountability for all those funds as well.
I'm going to defer to Isaiah again.
Okay.
Isaiah?
Good morning, Superintendent Fernandez. Some schools began COVID testing, and some schools have not received training or kits. And I know, excuse me, I know that the department had trained 114 staff members to administer the test. Do you guys anticipate any testing kit shortages?
So right now, that's a good question. And so I did hear the fact that other schools are starting their student testing, and so just want to confirm that we have not begun student testing at this point because we just recently we're in the second week now of doing the employee testing side of things. And as part of that, what was good was that every week we we did the first week. And of course, last week we had an after action report just to make sure things are moving smoothly and to discuss any issues that might be ahead of us. So what we did find at this particular point was, right now we're operating with the Abbott Binax Now test kits. And I know there's been some stories out there about whether they're expired or not expired. Well, our understanding from public health is that the extension of the expiration date goes until I believe November 17th for the kits that we have on our campuses. So that gives us a few more weeks with those test kits. But what we've been provided is actually not a shortage; it's excess of test kits that are going to be expiring on that date. So what we're doing right now is actually identifying what we're going to need for the next 3 weeks and trying to make sure we return the other test kits to public health so that they can use it in any of the other testing going on around the island. So the question is going to be what we do after the 17th, if we're going to still be able to screen employees or need to screen employees. We did ask public health whether we were going to need to find a way to procure test kits, but we were informed that they would go ahead and take care of that under this grant that they have with the CDC, not just for us, but for all private nonprofit schools. So my understanding is that they've gone to procure those test kits, and those test kits are not going to, I don't believe they're going to be Abbott Binax Now, because I think those are no longer going to be available. My understanding is they were looking at a test, I think it was called Q Health, which is a salival COVID-19 test. So if that's the case, and that's confirmed, and they get that in, I actually think there's going to be a good transition, because we've had a lot of employees and parents saying that, hey, you know what, if we're going to do any screening and testing, we're concerned about it, but if we do it, we do prefer that you do a less invasive test. And people have been pushing us to look at the salival test as an option. So if that becomes available, that might, assist us with some of those concerns. So again, November 17th is the expiration date on the kits that we have. And again, based on the number of employees we're testing, we're not going to need all the tests that they gave us. So we're going to be returning those boxes of tests back to public health for their use.
How many are you returning that are in excess?
I don't have the exact number now, but I think the schools. I think basically we dispersed to the schools, and then we maintained, the whatever it was supply we had in excess of that at the central office to return. So I don't have a count at this particular point. Apparently, you can't take the number of. I guess what happens is in every box there are a number of test kits, and you're not supposed to separate the test kits from the box. So we have an unopened box. We're going to need to keep that at the school site, but but the unopened boxes that we had as part of that delivery, but we will be returning. So I don't have a count at the moment, or can't recall offhand. But we had a good supply that needed to be returned.
Superintendent, when do you guys anticipate having to implement your COVID testing plan? I know you mentioned last time it was in January, and have you heard from public health in regards to your guys' approval or disapproval? Anything you guys need to change?
Well, I think the challenge is because we're the biggest agency, and because what we do in DOE is really is in the support of public health, right? I mean, when we screen a large number of people in our agency, it's a large part of the community in general that gets screened. So there were a couple of things that we needed to get through to finalize. To lock down all the details behind screening and testing. One was to go through the employee screening and to understand what we needed to do to make that a smooth operation. So in the first week, we did get, we definitely had some issues that we needed to sort out. Number one was just the importance of the division, whether it's a division or a school administrator, for that administrator to oversee those operations very intently, because what we didn't want was our school nurses or other staff being the front line for people who were not happy with the decisions or who were unwilling. So we learned, we got a lot of, maybe questions or concerns or, disagreement, right? So we definitely wanted to make sure we prepared ourselves. If you're going to go to a wider screening, being able to deal with parents, make sure that we're providing the right information and so forth. We had concerns about whether we should do this outside or inside. Some schools prefer to do it outside because of the fact that you're testing, and it's because it's outdoors, less concern about any transmission of the virus within a small area. And then there were concerns about is this really done with privacy and confidentiality in mind? So trying to balance those as well. So several of those types of issues, not necessarily bad issues we needed to kind of deal with and figure out how to address appropriately. Those are gonna actually translate into the issues with students. So what we're learning now, we plan to take back after a couple of weeks, share with public health, and then be able to kind of decide how we want to do student testing and screening, which again, needs to be implemented probably by January on our read of the time frame. The other thing that's going to be a concern is just the fact that we've got so many employees involved in these activities that we have to be concerned about what this means for having them divert from their regular duties and responsibilities to take on these additional tasks. So the reason why that's important is because we're doing that from Monday through Wednesday every week, until that mandate goes away. Number two, we just met with public health about helping them with vaccinations for 5 to 11-year-olds. That's going to take place very soon. And then we're talking about, implementing a screening of, 2,000 to 3,000 students, at a time. One of the things that we just need to have a discussion about is that it is taking a toll on our employees and on their duties and responsibilities to focus on our day-to-day educational, settings. And then, so when we add the public health responsibilities on top of it, we need to make sure that we're balancing that all so that we don't just continue to burn out our school nurses and the other school employees who are part of this effort. So yeah, so Isaiah, I guess the short answer to this is that we are prepared to, by January, make sure that we have a plan, and then we're not rushing there because we have several things that need to be addressed that all require the same people, the school nurses and other trained employees, to support the public health efforts. If we did this all at once, I think we'd collapse probably at this particular point. So that's why it's taken us some time on purpose to make sure that we take into consideration what we're asking our employees to do and trying to balance that against the responsibilities that are being asked of them, going forward. So I just wanted to remember, so it's employee testing, helping with the 5 to 11 vaccination, which is going to be a big push, and then, moving to student screening testing at the end of that by January.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and you guys began testing employees last week. I wanted to see, was there more employees who weren't willing to get tested or get vaccinated, or I just wanted the latest update on the 3 who were sent home and put on leave.
No, it's still status quo. We didn't get any further employees who were. I'm getting updates right now just in case things have changed, but it's still at the same number who are at home due to a decision not to vaccinate or submit to weekly testing.
Okay, and moving on to your budget shortfall, you were looking at $20 to $30 million in your budget shortfall for this current fiscal year. I just wanted to get an update because you have to provide a report to GEB it's almost 30 days now.
Yeah, you're right. So by the end of the week, we'll have a report to the board about our proposed fix to the budget. And so in 5 minutes, once we get off here, I'm on another call with our federal programs and with our deputy for finance to walk through some of those details to make sure that the numbers line up. So it is going to take probably a combination of the use of federal funds to plug the gap as well as finding additional savings. So it'll be a combination of both savings and revenue to get us through this budget year. And so we're happy that we have some federal funds to be able to support those efforts. We want those federal funds, because of the purposes of those federal funds, to be aligned with the expenses that take place at the school sites. So they really need to be. We really want those funds to be school-based. So we're looking at all the contracts and utilities and so forth that are being that are attributed to the schools. Possibly, looking at using the federal funds to support the pay for our nurses this year. So there are things like that we're putting on the table to finalize this week, and then we'll give it to the board and allow them to have their input by the end of this week. So I think November 6th was the due date that I was tracking. So definitely you're tracking it alongside me. So once we get that out, I'm sure we'll be happy to share that publicly so everybody understands how things are going to be addressed this coming year.
All right. Thanks, John. Just one quick question from me, and that is regarding the annual State of Education. I think it's around this time frame that you usually, do a presentation. Are you still doing that, or?
Well, the actual documents. First of all, the annual State of Public Education is a physical report along with school performance report cards. And so that is a document that is circulated, and we'll make sure that you get a copy and all the media get a copy. The presentation itself usually happens separately. And if we do any of that, I know we're still in discussion. It's probably going to be a virtual presentation, but we haven't finalized those plans. It's not the requirement is that there be a document done and submitted for the public's consumption. The additional extra that's really not required, but that we've done in the past, has been to do a presentation for the general public, so we can break down some of those numbers and findings, in a more customer-friendly way for our parents and our stakeholders. So if we do that, we haven't really decided because we just have so many things going on, but it might be good to do something virtually so we can put it up on Facebook and just have people, understand what the last year has meant for our students. So we'll look forward to just having that sent to all of you, though, at least to be able to have the basic information.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sean. I know you got to get to your briefing and meeting with USDOE.
Yeah,
so thank you.
This is a big meeting because as Isaiah noted, I mean, you don't normally come on here and get reminded that you got a work deadline that you got to meet. so thanks, Isaiah, for keeping me on track. But after this, a couple minutes, I'll be on with my team saying we got to get this finished, pencils down, so we can finalize a report to the board. And that's what we're trying to get done this week.
All right. Take care, John. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, Superintendent Fernandez.
Thanks, Isaiah. Bye-bye.
And we're going to take a quick break, but up next, we're heading to the CNMI. Tomas Manglotnia is going to join us back in studio. We're going to be talking with the Special Assistant to the CNMI Governor for Military Affairs, Glenna Palacios. Stay tuned.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways. This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration. The amazing John Dank Show, and current time 9:03 in the morning. We're back here with the link and the one and the only Tomas Manglotnia.
Thanks, Vic. And now switching gears to regional news. Joining us from the CNMI on Saipan is the Special Assistant for Military Affairs, Glenna Palacios. Glenna, good morning. Thanks for joining us. I think it's your first time on our show.
Yes, Happy Tito, good morning. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much for your time. I wanted to just start because the Commonwealth Bureau of Military Affairs was created under Executive Order 2019-09 on July 6, 2019. And so it's a fairly new bureau, but this work has been ongoing. Can you set the stage for us as to the history and its formation? It's been 2 years out now, right, since you've been formed?
Yes, absolutely. So as you indicated, it was established back in July 2019 by Governor Ralph Torres, and this is just part of the governor's efforts in increasing the CNMI government's response to DoD initiatives here in the CNMI.
And just wanted to share your mission and vision. It says here, your vision is a strong and mutually beneficial collaboration between the CNMI and the U.S. Department of Defense that recognizes and preserves the cultural values of the people. And what we're referring to here is the citizen-centric report for fiscal year 2021 that was released. Can you give us a status update on some of the activities? I see that one of the headlines here in the report is the establishment of the CNMI's first Procurement Technical Assistance Center, CNMI PTAC. Can you elaborate on what that means for the Commonwealth?
Okay, so the CNMI Procurement Technical Assistance Center is a grant program which is funded in part by the Defense Logistic Agency under DoD. So basically, I'm not sure if you're aware, Thomas, but we also have a Guam PTAC, and so Guam PTAC used to come over to the CNMI to service our business communities. And back in 2019, when the governor established this, I was actually in Guam, and I had the opportunity to meet up with Ms. Vera Tupasna, who shared information about the Guam PTAC, for which I believe she was, one of the initial, program manager for the program. So when I got back home, I looked further into it. I did also had, the opportunity to meet up with Boris. As I mentioned, he would, periodically come over to the CNMI to provide services to, our business community. And in one of his visits, I met with him, and, I was hoping that, it was something that he, Guam PTAC would be able to expand the services further here. While we work towards, securing our own funding to be able to establish the program here ourselves. So we appreciate, so much of Boris, efforts and, partnership to extend the services over to the CNMI community while, the CNMI work towards opening its own.
And I know one of the other things too is that there's a satellite office now on the island of Tinian, right? And one of the things here also that you explain is the Chigit Mortar Range Remediation Project and the Harbor Top Repairs Project. What's happening over in Tinian and even some of the northern islands that we can get to later?
Yeah, so in Tinian, we have the Tinian Mortar Range, and what that is basically we, in partnership with Department of Defense, with the Governor Torres, and of course the Tinian delegation and Mayor Edwin Nagdan. This has been part of the ongoing collaborations really for many years, and the people of Tinian have been requesting for decades for this beach to be opened up, but it requires a lot of cleanup because there's a lot of UXO that left behind from World War II. So we're really pleased that this project has finally has been moving forward. The cleanup has been completed. So right now we're just going through reviewing the final action report, remediation report, and we're looking towards having this the beach accessed by members of our community, hopefully by the end of December or January.
And can you just describe geographically where in Tinian that is, and how long have people been wanting to get access to that beach? Because this does come up right in some of the hearings that are held in for the Saipan and Northern Islands delegations. I've heard this beach's name and this access to this area as well.
Sure. So the Tinian Mortar Range is actually located within the military leased area. That's part of the 2/3 of north of Tinian. And so it was part of a World War II battlefield. And later it was, used as a training range from 1945 to 1994. And, so it was, it's been identified, as an environmental concern back in 1997. And, since then, the CNMI government and the Tinian municipality has been trying to get the Department of Defense to clean it up. And as I mentioned earlier, we're so happy that finally this initiative has moved forward. And so it's a really beautiful beach. I can send some photos to you, Thomas.
Yes,
but
yes.
right now it's not accessible to members of our public until such time that it's open. So we're really looking forward for it to be open. Hopefully, our target is in December. We're partnering up with BECQ and NAFAC-MAR, and we're just going through the final remediation report. Prior to submission to our leadership, to the governor and the mayor, and of course the TN delegation, and eventually it's going to go out for a public hearing. And so we're really looking forward for members of our TN community to begin accessing that beach.
And what is how many families, I guess, are waiting to get access? Are there any I've heard that some families also have particular, is that also a thing that will be opened just in particular times of the day, or is it open to the public just whenever?
No, it's going to be open to the public, and as always the case, whenever there is training happening on MLA, depending on which location of the MLA, they do close certain portion of areas depending on what kind of training is involved. But otherwise, MLA is really open to our community.
And I did want to ask about some of the developments over in Pagan. I see here there was a 1-month field characterization survey, and also hearing a bit about the possible airstrip there. Are you able to provide any updates on that?
Sure. So in terms of DOD, concerned that there is no development there right now. That is part of Pagan, is actually included in the proposed CGMT that the DOD unveiled back in 2015. And I personally have not been on Pagan. I did send my team. It was my office that coordinated and led, the field characterization field study alongside with many employees of various agencies. And, and part of, that field work really is, to members of the working group on the cinema and government side is to have visibility of the lay of the land and to really know what resources that we have there to advance our efforts and also really the protection of our resources on the island of Pagan. So in terms of the airstrips, that that falls under CPA's jurisdiction, so you might want to circle back with them and inquire about that project.
All right, thank you so much. And I know we're just catching up for the first time in a while, and so I also wanted to ask about the meeting that you had in February of this year. It says here a week-long working session with Joint Region Marianas and the Pacific Fleet for the Mariana Islands Testing and Training Programmatic Agreement. We've reported on that before. What are the next steps with regards to? Is this the MIT or is this? Yes. What
Yes.
are the next steps there?
Yes, it is the MIT. We have a bridge PA right now. And in fact, as I mentioned to you yesterday and today, we do have all-day meetings, and that's part of this, ongoing collaborations. With the MIT, we are very appreciative to our partners at DOD. We were able to, we actually met with them early this year and last year. And part of those efforts is, the roundtable meetings that we had last year, actually, where we had raised a lot of the concerns that, we have with, the impacts of DOD trainings here in the CNMI. And, a lot of those comments found recognition in the MIT EIS record of decision. So we're really, appreciative of the fact that the Navy, took into serious considerations the concerns that we have conveyed through this engagement and collaborations. And of course, through the collaborations between the governor and the TN delegations and Mayor Aldon with DOD leadership during their stakeholders meeting. So we had our meeting yesterday and again ongoing today. And now we're going into just, developing a programmatic agreement that's going to be, working towards mutually beneficial outcome of this PA.
Yeah, some of the numbers you provide are, really impressive. 55 meetings between the CNMI and DOD. I did want to touch on, we started there with sharing a bit of your mission statement, and one of the things that is really emphasized and stressed from your office is the recognition and preservation of the cultural values of the people. And so far in these over 50 meetings that you've had between the CNMI and the DOD, what do those conversations about preservation of cultural values look like? What does that mean?
Well, so, everything from, when their training impacts here, we want to make sure that, whenever they come, there is mitigations that are being implemented. So, and then that's part of the conversations that we have. And, with CJMP proposals, as everyone is well aware, it proposes a lot of, destructive, training activities. And that's something that we have been, members of our community, our government leaders, have came out very strong back in 2015, conveying, objections and concerns of those proposals. So part of the collaborations that we have and the partnership that the governor really has established with DOD, the voices of the CNMI have finally been reaching, as far up to Indo-PACOM as well as the Pentagon. So we're really, there's a lot of work to do. There's still a lot of concerns that we're working through, but we are just very, appreciative of the fact that the CNMI now has, a seat on the table, to advance the concerns and, the interests of the CNMI people through our engagement with DOD for all DOD initiatives in the CNMI.
And looking ahead, are there any trainings or things like that coming up soon and before the year wraps up?
Yes, so now for this year, we did have 3 major exercises in the summer. And, that was for the Air Force, the Karen. We also had actually the Army, who's now looking to the CNMI. My understanding is the last time the Army was, actually training here, aside from our Army Reserves, of course, but, the U.S. Department of Army has not been training in the CNMI since, for decades. And my understanding is, they've not been here since, the end of war. So in the summer, the foragers actually came to the CNMI, and that was part of the bigger exercise in our region, right? So we got, we received a little over 300 military personnel from foragers alone. And then we have Freedom Banner for the U.S. Marine. So in terms of additional trainings, this year we have a couple of small-scale training. And but otherwise we're looking, we have Cope North and Balance Shield that's already in the plans. And that's coming up in February for Cope North, and I believe Balance Shield is scheduled for July. We do have, the Seabees and the Marines on Tinian that are stationed in Tinian executing some community projects, such as the Marple Heights road repair. And that's really a big project, and that's a direct benefit to the community. That project is located outside MLA. And then we also have the Tinian Harbor repair projects.
And Glenna, before we let you go, we wanted to ask about 2 more things, but the first being the expenditures and I guess just your overall financial needs. What is the latest on that? I see that this year alone, what are some of the major expenditures that you're having?
So programs, as part of our, part of the CCR, we indicated that, we're looking forward to finalizing the Resilient Sustainable Islands Management Plan. And we do also have the CPA intermodule, a study that we're looking forward to, to launch. And we have a lot of Conrail programs, engagement with, military personnel that comes here and the ones that are also stationed in Tinian. And just wanted to just kind of clarify, because I think, the coverage that, regarding the challenges that we have.
I did see that. Yes, that's
I wanted to clarify that, the challenges that we have is really the limited capacity and technical, SMEs. We do have the SMEs here within the government. We work very closely with, the various agencies, such as the SHPO. We also have our biologists over at DFW and, BECQ, Office of Planning and Development. But we're working towards increasing that capacity, because whenever we have engagement with DoD, we essentially take them away, from their primary duties and responsibilities. So one of the efforts that we're doing is to increase that so that, we can have dedicated individuals, employees within our CNMI government to be able to just focus on, DoD matters. And as you know, we have a lot of projects. All of our agencies are really busy. They're tackling CNMI matters, and DoD is really huge. So we get to review, thousands and thousands and thousands of pages in documents. And when we have these meetings, we have meetings for a whole day or 2 days or even a week long, which essentially takes them away from their primary responsibilities. So I just wanted to clarify that, that is, what we meant in our CCR of the limitation that we have. And, we are working, looking at, various options, funding opportunity to be able to, to hopefully secure, to increase the capacities of our various agencies.
And just, is this right, Glenna? 9 of you at that office?
Yes, so we have 2 employees stationed in Tinian for, the satellite office, and also here on Saipan. And, our mandate really, Thomas, is very comprehensive. So those employees have dedicated, responsibilities to be able to carry out, the mandates of our office.
And real quick, any update on the USS Frank Cable? I know that the 500 sailors, I think, are they? Do you have any update on the USS Frank Cable?
Yeah, so and I apologize, I never got back to you on that. So we have, as you may know, they arrived on Saipan on October 19, and they went through the 5 days quarantine. They were actually on the I think they were in quarantine for about 6 to 7 days, and it's because we had to work, coordinate a lot of the the testing requirements with our partners over at CACC and the governor's COVID task force. So and we were relieved that to learn that all of them tested negative, on their 7th day here on the CNMI, and they were able to step foot on the island to enjoy. And we look forward to more ships coming. That's one of the things that the governor is pushing for with in his engagement with DoD leadership, to bring more ships to the CNMI. And that's one of the things that we're working towards to break into the military tourism market.
And they all left already, the USS Frank Cable, or they're still on Saipan?
No, they're scheduled to they were scheduled to leave today, and I haven't been down to the port yet.
All right, Glenn, is there anything else you want to add that we didn't touch on?
No, just thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate the invitation to appear before you, just to discuss, talk a little bit about our office. We do have a lot of work to do, and we continue to as members of our community, that whenever they see our military personnel here on Saipan, Tinian, and Rota, to please extend the Hafaday spirit. We are working really hard to building a much stronger relationship with Department of Defense. It's been military is not new to the island of Tinian. They have been here for many years, training, and that's just part of our relationship with the United States government. So thank you again for the opportunity, and we look forward to another successful year.
All right, thank you so much,
on the challenges that we face.
Appreciate it. I know you have another meeting to run to, so I appreciate your time. Thank you so much, and we'll be in touch.
Okay, thank you, Thomas.
Thanks.
Have a good day.
You too. And now we're going to go over to a break, and we'll have more right after this.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-through event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Nisikirang kata para ba utungu afa na rason nating udu Unistibia hafa kirira rasonmu Kotihu na magav ikura sonmu Zayas na bay songa Naikwi Naidaku Nuhagu Ninayan Ufalingu Aileni Kotihu
streets on a beautiful Wednesday morning out there. It's a beautiful day to go and be productive, beautiful way to get the economy back on track, beautiful way to amass knowledge. And of course, that's what our beloved teachers, administrators, faculty members, anybody who works in school, we have so much reverence for them. We, of course, had GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez on a few moments ago talking about what's going on with the public school system. And as always, we extend the invitation right here on the link to our private school friends. Of course, they are working just as hard, making sure that they run their schools, educating the great young minds of tomorrow. And we welcome back to the KOM News Zoom room all the way over in Principal Jeremy Zajic of Harvest. Is Harvest technically, is it Mongmong Toto or Mighty? I always get that confused.
Toto, I believe, yeah.
Okay.
We have the privilege of both mayors calling us, which is awesome. We love that.
Very nice. Okay. And no reservations about where the wonderful home of the Friars, Principal Timo Perez, is over here. Fortis Infide. I did not graduate from FD. I do not have the privilege, but I've always had immense respect for anybody who has donned the FD uniform, because just like GW we were talking about last month, they beat me all straight 4 years in my homecoming. So that's my high school memory. But of course, athletics and kind of like making light aside and everything like that, the challenge of being able to run a private educational institution continues and everything. And gents, when last we spoke and everything, you were talking about some of the challenges and obstacles that you face, but that you continue to power through as far as testing and running your normal school operations with the restrictions in hand and everything. So maybe if we can just start this, can you give us like an update on where that's been, and are things getting any easier?
Well,
let's start with an easy one, Jeremy.
Right, yeah, that's super easy. I think we're kind of in a new normal period, and we have adjusted to our operation. We of course appreciate the opportunity by the governor and the leadership to remain open. And yeah, there's challenges, just like there is in the community, but we work through those challenges. We believe that face-to-face education is so important to our kids, and so trying to follow all the protocols, mitigation measures, and then react when we need to if we do have a case. But yeah, the kids are thriving. The kids are starting to come out of their shells, which is a great thing. They're starting to talk again, communicate with each other, communicate with teachers, and starting to, I think, close some of that learning gap too, which is going to be super important for the next couple of years.
In your observation, Jeremy, was there any sort of like maybe readjustment period, primarily for the students, but maybe even for faculty and administrators, just to say like, okay, well now we're in the same physical space, and this is kind of what I remember from going on 2 years ago.
Yeah, it doesn't feel quite normal, right? So we're always, obviously wearing masks still. There's plexiglass on every desk. So if you're in the front of the classroom, the poor kids in the back are getting glare, from the windows, and it's just not a normal environment, but we're doing the best that we can. I would say socially, it took an adjustment for our kids. Being isolated for an extended period of time, some are comfortable with that, some craved it, and so it's been interesting to see. I teach 10th grade life skills, and one of the things noticing coming back this year was just an apprehension of just interaction, or just kind of forgetting, some of those habits. And, it comes back pretty easily. So we do trimesters for our life skills class, and I just got the new class in, which is great. I teach all 10th graders for the entire year then. And this group is much more talkative. So it's back to the classroom management of keeping the noise down, working through those things. But it's a blessing. It's a blessing to see the kids rebound. And I think we still have some work academically to do with our kids across the board, all grade levels. But grateful to be back face to face, even if it's a little bit weird.
All right, very well. How about at the home of the Friars, Mr. Perez? How is the Brotherhood, continuing, the tradition of learning, and of course it is being a Catholic school, respect and making sure that you represent your family as well as excel in the classroom and everything like that. Goes generations back. How has that tradition at FD been impacted by these weird new restrictions that we've had to deal with?
It's good that you brought up the brotherhood part. A very big part of our experience is the community we build here at the school. It's a very different place to be at an all-boys school, of course, crazy at times, but the experience being on campus with everybody is a big part of our experience. And right now we've got pretty much all of our kids on campus. There's only like one holdout trying to stay online. But I did send an email out this weekend saying that we aren't really doing online learning or distance learning in the way that people expect it to be synchronous. So the kids that are quarantined or isolated, we want them to come in when they're ready, when they're cleared. But eventually it's going to be how we did in the 90s. It's going to be, you have to make up the work when you can, because our platforms, everyone's pretty much on campus. It's really only one student trying to stay. So we really need to look at the idea, is it wanting to come on campus for COVID reasons or not? But yeah, they're here. There's a bunch of things going on. We've got our teams up and running. We've got football, cross country, soccer's going on. All of them are in full force right now. So our kids are back to pretty much normal. Of course, we're wearing masks, washing our hands, watching our distance. We're doing all of that just to make sure we're following the protocols and keeping everyone safe. And we've even moved, our testing capability is much more stringent. So we've got testing for our students, their families if we need. We've got students from other Catholic schools as well coming in, parishes coming in. We've helped other schools as well. Some other private schools if they wanted, they would send students over. We try to work with them as much as we can. So we're making sure that we follow protocols and increasing the testing capability of our school, because we want our students to come back on campus. And like Jeremy said, it's a little bit different, but it's still, we're trying to move in the direction of getting our kids back to socialization. And they do forget sometimes that they're not behind a screen and they can't turn off their camera and their microphone. It takes a little bit of learning for the teachers and the students to be, physically present to each other.
Indeed.
But pretty much all our students are on campus now.
Yeah.
And even vaccination rates, they're really helping, because if we have a positive that's reported to our school, we're able to mitigate real quickly and say, if you're fully vaccinated, the guidelines say you don't quarantine, you don't have to quarantine, you don't have to test. So with an almost 90% vaccination rate on our campus, we've got a pretty good way to get our students right back in if we have a positive that turns out. So I think we're moving in a very good direction at our school.
All right, very well. And I appreciate, Mr. Perez, how you brought up, physical education being equally as important as, classroom activity. By the way, everybody, FD still undefeated after beating Guam High last week. So congratulations on that, sir. And one of my colleagues, Sabrina Salas-Matanani, of course, is here, as well as Isaiah Uggin. So Isaiah, do you have any questions for the gentleman?
Okay, Mr. Perez, you mentioned that you guys started COVID testing students. Is that correct?
We do test students, yes, especially if there's a case at home or some exposure they've been experiencing. And we've been doing that since the beginning of the school year practically. They're testing pretty much every day, even on Saturdays sometimes.
Are you guys in scheduled cohorts? And what is your guys' vaccination rate amongst your students and staff, if you guys have that information available?
So we don't have cohorts. It's really hard with the variation in schedules with all the AP classes and different types of electives. So we don't actually cohort right now. Our vaccination rates, for your question, with the teachers and staff, it's 96%. On average for students, it's about 88%.
Awesome. And then Pastor Jeremy Zajic, did you guys begin COVID testing your students and staff as well?
We've taken a bit of a different approach where we rely heavily on the parents from a testing standpoint. There's ample testing in the community. We are working through, because there's a requirement in the latest DPHS regulations of screening testing. There's a lot of complications with that. When you think about the age of student that we have from really 3 years old up through seniors in high school, there has to be proper consent in place when we're performing essentially like minimally invasive medical procedures. And so there's some legal things I've been working through some alternate options with our parents. One of the things that we really highlight at our school is just parental involvement. And so we ask our parents to be involved in that. There are times when the vaccination status comes into play when we are notified of a positive case. Then we immediately do our contact tracing by consulting our records of who's within 6 feet of this individual at all times of the day, and then communicating with our parents if they were in a direct contact, or if it's in the grade level, if they were not in direct contact, just provide some peace of mind. So that's been our approach. still in the process of developing that screening testing protocol, which DPHS has asked us to do. But there's a few unanswered questions that we're still waiting to get some answers on from that group.
And what are some of those questions that you guys have for public health?
Yeah, I would say the legal component is pretty big. Oftentimes, you don't necessarily send your child to the doctor. You go with them, right? And so testing a child without their parent there is that's a consideration. Of course, vaccinations are required of all different types to come to school, from a TB test to different things. We tend not to do those things because we want our school nurse to be viewed as someone that's not super scary. And so all of those things can be accomplished through parental involvement. And so that's what we highlight. We ask parents to be involved in it. We respect their rights, their privacy along with that. And so that's another component is just the minor element of it. And then the actual, from the standpoint of resources, we don't have the resources yet to implement wide scale testing. There needs to be an opportunity for parents to opt into that. We know that we'll have some parents that don't want to opt into that, and that's fine. Giving them the choice is what we're about. So those are some of the questions, really resources, and then just some legal components associated with it.
Okay. Mr. Perez, going back to you, some schools began testing their students recently and some don't have the resources. I'm curious, are you anticipating a shortage of test kits for your students and staff?
Well, the test kits we have, they're provided by public health, so we try to get them as often as we can. And even some of the PPEs that we're required to wear during testing. They've been pretty good about getting us most of the things we need. Some things we're still trying to work with them on. It's been a couple of months, but we are trying to get them to meet us on the things they've told us we'd be able to get. But test kits wise, we're pretty good. We have gotten the test kits we need, so we should be okay.
How many COVID positives have you guys reported since the start of the school year?
Let me just check that real quick.
We don't publish a new number, and it's not for any other reason that they're already included in the public numbers that are released. When we have a positive, we communicate within the grade level if they were in contact with someone or not within contact with someone. So it's not we don't publish an extra rate on top of things.
For us on our side, our students, we only had 6 students test positive at any point during the school year, and it hasn't been very interruptive of the school schedule because most of our kids, get to go back because they're not having to quarantine. But if you're looking at the testing site that we run, we've tested over 1,100. It's 1,100. About 1,086 people have been tested here. And of those, 52 have been tested positive, but they're not students or parents or necessarily. They could be from the community because a lot of them, we've been supporting other schools and organizations to be able to get those tests run. So with our own students, it's only been about 5.
Mm-hmm. All right, Sabrina or Jason?
Okay, yeah, I got one. Gentlemen, would you care to shed light on how the last year in particular, has it had any negative or substantially negative impacts on your enrollment? Because obviously by your nature as private schools, that is a concern. And the money brought in through tuition helps your operations and expansion, that kind of thing. And the only reason I ask is because I know of at least 2 private schools that have reached out to me and they said the net effect of what we had last year and the measures we put in place and the way we were able to get through last year, that actually increased enrollment. And a lot of parents said, I was very, very impressed on how this school handled this and everything like that. I would like to send my kid there, and I do that with confidence. So has there been like a similar experience at either of your schools?
Yeah, when we were all online, we saw a pretty significant decrease in enrollment when it became apparent that it's going to be online for an extended period of time. I would say this year we increased enrollment from that low of about 18%, and so I think there are still families that are hurting. I think the economics of our island plays into that. I think there's people that want to be part, but just don't have the finances. And so it'll be interesting to see as our economy rebounds that some of those parents are able to come back. But there has been an impact, and that's concerning. But again, this year our enrollment's up about 18% from the previous year, which is a positive thing.
And to be fair, Jeremy, you have been one of the preeminent voices about that very concern on behalf of the entire private school community, going all the way back to like last year. And you're like look, like this is, not being melodramatic about it, this is an existential crisis for us.
Yeah, we always want to be respectful in it. It's not just about the finances. I think God's going to provide for our finances, if we're doing the right thing. So just highlighting the importance of face-to-face education, demonstrating that we can do this in a safe and effective manner, and partnering with parents to mitigate, as much as possible risks of COVID. And so, yeah, we've tried always to be respectful, but also be a voice too of just saying this is super important. There are so many pieces of data that are coming out about, it's called the COVID slide in education. And just how the effect, if you think about kids learning to read during this past 2 years, man, that's not been a normal year for them, face-to-face with a teacher. And that relationship, often, the relationship with a teacher is what propels students to achieve beyond what they think is possible. That's really tough to do through technology, through video. You can do that face-to-face. And so we're excited, we're eager, we're back at it, because I know, our parents expect a lot out of us from an educational standpoint. And honestly, our kids do too, and we want to help deliver those things to them.
How about at FD? Has the size of the student body increased, decreased over the last school year?
Yeah, so we've got about 25 more kids than we had before the pandemic. We've actually increased our enrollment. So we're standing about 411 kids right now. And part of the reason that we have an increase is there's this idea that we try to move forward back to in-person learning. And some of the families that have come into us that are new families have stated that they really appreciate that we moved in the direction of getting our kids on campus, getting things back to normal, pushing for sports to be an option again. So I think that's one of the components is we're trying to get them back to normal as much as possible, and parents are willing to, invest in their students that way. So it's really important for us.
Okay, now that having been said, have I'm sure either of you, and maybe even with other private schools, have you guys kind of try to come up with some, let's call it creative solutions to maybe make more financing options available for parents who just say, like Jeremy said, we are really, really struggling, and my kid has maybe gone to your school at a number of years, but I got furloughed, I got laid off and everything, but I would really like my kid to graduate, or even to allow prospective students to go there. Maybe things with scholarships or things of that nature. Expanding out.
Yeah, the first year of COVID, we actually offered a COVID grant hardship for some of our parents as they finished up the year. And that was super unique. A couple $100,000 was spent in that way. This year, as we try to balance our priorities of, our teachers and our staff sacrificed a lot, and we probably should, and we should pay them a lot more for the things that they do for our families.
You just became the most popular guy on the internet by saying that one phrase there. Well, raises for teachers.
It is balancing those priorities, and we do try to work with parents as well. And so if someone gets really behind on their bill, they have a set up a meeting with me, and we, in certain situations, depending on the circumstances, we develop payment plans to get them back on track and stuff like that. So, man, COVID has given us a lot of new challenges, and one of those things is bills. And so it's been my privilege to walk alongside families as I sort some of those things out.
Now, Timo, have you had any guidance maybe from the Archdiocese, or I know you have a variety of scholarship programs already, or there are Chris Barnett has talked about there's even like an anonymous program that some people have availed of over the years and everything. Are you considering different financing options for young men that want to become a friar and want to complete their high school education at FD?
Yeah, so one of the things we did right at the start of the pandemic, I gave a tuition discount to students, but there was a catch. You had to complete a module, and I gave them 4 different modules divided by grade level. So I wanted them to do some learning, and it was like one was on investments, one was on entrepreneurship, another was on, I forget the other one, personal finance and investments. It was things like that. And if they did the module, they got a discount for their family. So it was on, they didn't do it then. You obviously don't want the discount. But a lot of our kids did it. They got the discount. The parents are happy about that. In addition to that, we have not raised tuition since before the pandemic. We've kept it low, or where it was before the pandemic at least. And that's something I let the students know. We're operating, a little bit more expensively, but we're keeping the costs low for the families because we want to make sure they have the means to send their kids without an increase in this tough time. So it's been the same tuition since 2019, I guess it is. I don't know how long we've been in this pandemic now. It's been a long time. But we do have scholarships. We have lots of scholarships that our students are applying for. And this is something we've been doing every year. So even now, the students are still applying and the families are making that an opportunity that they want to take advantage of. Okay. So we got all of that going on. The diocese, we don't really have direction from them because we do control our finances in that regard.
Okay. Well, I do have one final question before I let you guys go, because of course it is a school day and, class is in session. So before the bell rings, I just want to say, because both of your programs, again, as well as other private schools, you guys are college preparatory schools. So how do you maintain, that tempo? And even though it's been so challenging, so exhausting, so mentally brutal over the last year, is maintaining that attitude and that tempo is telling juniors and seniors, we're getting you ready for the next level, and we will put you in, a school, and you will go on to, be a productive member of society and successful and everything like that. I only imagine that's been a daunting challenge, but how have you been able to get that done?
Yeah, I would say reminding students that there's life beyond high school. Sometimes, in the pandemic, when your current circumstances become your reality, you have to remind students that, at some point this will go away or we'll get used to it or something will happen. But you still have to prepare for your future. And so a lot of our students actually have great study habits, and so a lot of, our upperclassmen, they really understand, man, grades really matter. Grades matter in 9th through 12th grade. And if I slough off here a little bit, there's going to be some lasting impact. So there has been, moments of encouragement that we've had to encourage our students, but I would say largely they're doing a great job.
Outstanding. Great.
Yeah, for us, we have, we continue our college visits virtually. We've got other partners in the community doing the same thing, so we partner with them. But I think really big on our campus is the relationship building. And it's letting kids know, you come talk to us when you have ready college questions ready. I just had a student in here this morning trying to do an extended absence thing. But in the meantime, I was like, so what's your plans for next year? What's your major going to be? What career you're looking at? So it's really just building that relationship, which is, I think, the most important part of our community. And that's why we push for in-person classes so much. The students need that social and emotional connection with good adults, with good mentor types. So I think we do college counseling, of course. We do talk to them in their classes very, very often about college and preparing for college and applications and such. But it's when you get the one-on-one and they actually get to ask questions that they really get that, needed attention. So it's really about building relationships, I think, and encouraging them. Because the things change. They make decisions at 14, 15, 16. They don't know what they're doing a lot of times. So having that relationship with people who can guide them and let them know what direction they can take and what options available to them, that really does help. So personal connection and relationships are really important to us.
All right. Well, Timo Perez and Jeremy Zajic from FD and Harvest, respectively. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and for sharing some of the insight on just how incredibly difficult and multifaceted it takes to run like a private school on Guam and everything. Our hats off to you and everything, and our continued support for you guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Jason.
Okay, and Timo, good luck. Hopefully FD stays undefeated, and Jeremy, I can't wait until Harvest, until we can do like a Harvest home football game too, because you guys got that gorgeous soccer field and everything like that. When you guys have a football field too,
we're meeting them tomorrow.
Yeah,
we're meeting them tomorrow for soccer, so we'll be at their home.
There you go. When you guys have a football field, I make you a problem. I will do your first game. I'm gonna call play-by-play. I can't wait.
All right.
That's a KUM promise and everything. All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
All right, and please stay tuned, everybody, because we're going to wrap up the show. The link continues right after this.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity.
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways. This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Welcome back to the link, and Sabrina had kind of a what we call in the business a brain fart. Actually, it wasn't so much of a brain fart. You just got your signals crossed because, of course, it is Wednesday, and you know what that means. It is Whopper Wednesday.
Whopper Wednesday.
So all you got to do, you go into any of the Burger Kings. Their staff are the most professional. They have made sure that you are going to have a safe and healthy time. They take care of all of their employees. They take care of you as a happy diner. Or go through the drive-thru. Just be like me. And all you got to say is, I love, love, love the Whopper. And Vic.
And there you go.
They're going to hook you up with another one.
Wow.
Even with cheese.
An extra Whopper? Wow. I can't even finish one. But that's a good thing.
I'll take the second one, though.
Okay, all right.
I can do a double Whopper.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a huge burger, bro.
Yeah, it is. And it's very good. Flame broiled. You know, it's got the sesame, the bun. Thank you for making me salivate inside my mask, Vic. I appreciate that.
Got you, bro. There goes lunch.
Really, really nice tomatoes and everything like that. But the Whopper. And you know what? Get yourself some onion rings and tell them that the link sent you there just for the onion rings. And you know what? If you're going to do that, why? It's not bougie. Chris would say it's bougie. I say it's creative. You take the onion rings, you put them on your burger, you recover the burger, and you chow down.
That's how you do it.
And your friend who's watching you, it could be your friend, your girlfriend. That's a great date. I love the Whopper. Oh, here, for one for you and the missus.
There you go.
Yeah. It's not saying like, oh, I didn't pay for the Whopper. No, you're sharing value.
That's the perfect date, by the way.
Yeah. I thought enough about you to give you this.
An extra Whopper just for you.
Or if you want to, you can say, hey. And she was like, so why'd you give me the one they gave away when you said I love the one? No, you know what? I gave you the one I paid for.
Ooh.
See that?
Look at you, so slick.
Yeah.
All right, so let's run Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King.
Now I know what you're thinking, just another love song. Same old story written on a different chord progression. And I know that you're worried about someone else, but believe me, baby girl, you just got to take care of yourself. So why don't you come down? Tell me what it's all about. They left you with an aching head and an open spot up on your bed. So let's not waste more time. Jump up and just unwind. So now's the time to break through, let it show. And if you're looking for something new, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. And if you're looking for something to do, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. All life lessons are learned in time. No, 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 no. So why not pick yourself up? Let yourself feel fine. I'm a believer in logic, so if it's true, then baby girl, just let me know. So why won't you come now? I'll show you what this love's about. I understand you're not alone. You've got someone else they call your own. Don't let them waste your time. Don't let them cause the tears you cry. Oh, let me prove myself. You know. And if you're looking for something new, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. And if you're looking for something to do, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. I wish you were here with me. Be my zone of queen. Be living in a dream. Oh, dream. Oh, we can make it work. You'll be so happy. I'd be on your team. Give you everything you need. Oh, we can make it happen. You know we can. You know we can.
All right, that was Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific with CJ Bloss, one of our cast members here at KUM. Or if you want to follow him on Facebook, you have to say Christian J. Bloss. Also,
I can see CJ telling his boys like, get on up.
Get on up. And it's time to go to school. It's time to get on up.
But recent
Dappers.
Recent father of two.
Yep.
He's now a proud daddy to twins. Okay, I think Sabrina has too many of the chocolate with coconut.
I could just see him singing it though.
Okay, good thing we're
You gotta get on up.
And yeah, you can say CJ now.
That's their morning anthem.
You can see Daddy doing that now. You got to get on up. Damn it, boy, mow the lawn. You got to clean your room.
Yes, too. So
the dishes aren't gonna wash themselves.
Okay. All right, everybody.
How come the rice is burnt?
That is our show.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
The underwear's torn.
for
Buy a new
listening,
one.
watching, streaming. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Happy Wednesday, everybody.
Be back.